This hearing was called in the spirit of working closely with the implementing agencies, which undoubtedly have noble intentions, no matter how lost the details may be in translation. Ang unang parte po ng hearing natin ay tatalakay sa mga issue ng Motor Vehicle Inspection System or MVIS. While the MVIS is already long overdue, I see the need to mention this early, the issues made known to this committee. First, the timing of its implementation could not have been worse. We are still in the middle of a pandemic with no definite end in sight. Masyadong mahal ang mga bagong sinisingil, hindi ba pwedeng time out muna habang nasa gitna pa tayo ng pandemya? Second, the instruments used by the designated service providers to measure the motorist's compliance with the MVIS do not seem to be well calibrated at all. Nakatanggap tayo ng mga reklamo mula sa mga motorista na bumagsak sila sa inspeksyon kahit na kakatapos lamang nila magpa-maintenance sa kasa. Third, the policy on reinspection gives a sense that the MVIS is so designed to incentivize service providers to force motorists to fail the inspection. Now, this is also problematic because the system does not provide a penalty for the service providers should it be proven that their equipment or personnel are not up to par with the LTO standards. Fourth, the costs are prohibitive for a still imperfect system. Mula sa 500 piso noon na emission testing fee, naging 1,500 pesos o triple ang minahal ngayon ng inspection fee. Dagdag pa ito sa mismong registration fee na maaaring umabot ng higit pa sa 3,000 pesos. Para sa isang sistema na napakarami pang problema, masasabi ba nating makatwiran ang mga bayaring ito? At sino ba ang nagbigay ng kung ano ba ang dapat na presyo para sa testing? Ano ang basihan ninyo dito? Fifth, many taxpayers find it truly difficult to accept that DOTR and LTO opted to privatize the MBIC allegedly due to shortage of funds. It had access to MBUC funds for decades before it was abolished. Instead of investing in private sourcing, it prioritized plate making. Kahit sa anggulo natin tignan, such prioritization was misplaced. Buti sana kung maayos din na itupad ang pagbibigay ng plaka sa mga sasakyan. Ang ending, maraming ang sasakyan ang walang plaka. Wala pa tayong mga pagsilidad na magagamit upang ma-inspeksyon ng libre ang mga sasakyan. Saan napunta ang 22.2 billion na MVUC fund? Lastly, many complained that no stakeholders consultation that was conducted before the policy was rolled out to the public. Wika nga ng BACC, pag walang konsultasyon, may korupsyon. The noted absence of usual procurement procedures in the selection of private motor vehicle inspection centers is glaring. Safer roads mean no shortcuts. The public must be consulted and informed every step of the way. Dapat ay kabahagi ang mga motorista sa paghulma ng ganitong kalaking polisiya. There's something praiseworthy in ensuring that only roadworthy vehicles ply our roads. What we are looking into here is the sudden rollout of a new vehicle registration system that is undisputably burdensome to our motorists. A half-baked policy is a bad policy, and this committee won't stand for it. Bakit ninyo inuna ang mga private cars at hindi yung mga public vehicles? Dahil ba mas marami ang mga pribadong sasakyan? Pero di ba mas marami rin nakasakay sa ating mga publikong sasakyan? Kaya hindi din natin maisip kung ano ba talaga ang tunay na intensyon dito. The second part of this hearing will be spent tackling the implementation of the Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act. Implementasyon ay pwede natin ma-defer para sa ngayon, but we will still have to know how the implementing agencies will prepare the public for this. We have to consider that the cost alone will require parents to spend an amount ranging from 3,000 to 30,000 pesos. The last part of this hearing will focus on the policy of mandatory face masks even inside private vehicles. We commend the efforts that help reduce the transmission of the virus. Indeed, it takes the discipline of the entire nation to survive this. But an abundance of caution might be unnecessarily inconvenient to the public, more so if we don't know the medical basis for it. Akalain mong kasama mo sa bahay, kasama mo sa kotse, kailangan naka-face mask ka sa kotse. Ang ibig sabihin ba nito, na kahit sa bahay, pag uwi mo, kailangan naka-face mask ka rin kasama yung mga kapamilya mo na wala naman din sakit. This is a venue for government to explain to the public why face masks inside their own vehicles while with their own household is necessary to curb COVID. In our discussion of all these issues today, we must keep in mind that while we want the problems in land transport fixed, we should never go about it experimentally, not during the pandemic, not ever. Kung may dapat mag-adjust dito, hindi ang mga motorista. When it comes to new far-reaching policies, those who conceive them must obey the oldest rule on the road. Stop, look, and listen. Parang hindi nakikinig. I would like to acknowledge the senators present here today. First, our Senate President Soto, and in order of log-in, Senators Villanueva, Marcos, Gatchalian, Zubiri, Recto, Drilon, Revilla, Pimentel, Binay, Gordon, and I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of former Senator J.B. Ejercito as our resource person, the sponsor of this measure. I know that this will be a very passionate, detailed, and heated discussion, so I would like to ask our resource persons, especially those from the agencies who will make a presentation later on, to keep it brief and to the point, and of course, our questions as concise as possible. So let me ask now our Secretariat to please read the names of our resource persons and their designation. Thank you for your presence this morning.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair. For this inquiry, we have the following resource persons. Former Senator J.B. Ejercito, Attorney Rainier Paul R. Yebra, Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Department of Transportation, with Attorney Mark Steven C. Pastor, Assistant Secretary for Road Transport and Infrastructure, Attorney Giovanni Zay Lopez, Assistant Secretary for Procurement and Project Implementation, Department of Transportation. We have General Edgar C. Galvante, retired Assistant Secretary, Land Transportation Office. Director Neil Katajay, Director, Bureau of Philippine Standards, Department of Trade and Industry, with Engineer Mario Gaudiano. We have Secretary Isidro S. La Peña, Director General, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, with Mr. Clifford Pascual. We have Governor Homerlito A. Dolor from Oriental Mindoro, from the League of Provinces of the Philippines. Vice Mayor Alfredo Pablo Ortega, San Fernando, La Union. We have Mr. Inigo D.S. Larazabal, President, Vehicle Inspection Centers Owners Association of the Philippines, with Mr. Wilfrid De Room. We have Mr. Danilo Yumol, Director, Private Motor Vehicle Owners Coalition. Mr. Rene Romero, President, Pampanga Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. Mr. Teddy Herbacio, President, Inland Haulers and Trackers Association. Mr. Alex Yage, Executive Director, Philippine Bus Operators Association of the Philippines, PBOAP. Mr. Melencio Boy Vargas, National President, Alliance Transport Operators and Drivers Association of the Philippines. Mr. Jobert Bolanos, President, Motorcycle Right Organization of the Philippines, Mr. Ariel Lim, National Chairman, National Confederation of Tricycle Operators and Drivers Association of the Philippines, Mr. June Hilomen, General Manager, Quick Private Motor Vehicle Inspection Center, Angeles, Pampanga, Ms. Elmarie Saribay from 5S Inspection Center, Cabanatuan City, Dr. Hilario Pitpit, President, Clean Air Movement Philippines Incorporated, Mr. Arsenio Evangelista, President, Volunteers Against Crime and Corruption, Engineer Ramon S. Publico, Chief Operating Officer, RCMB Company, Mr. Macario June Evangelista, President, Alagaan Natin Inang Kalikasan, Ani Kalikasan, Professor Grace Corospe Jamon or Hamon, Convener, We Move Metro Manila, and last but not the least, Attorney Neil Sia, Transport Lawyer, Road Safety Advocate. That would be all for the meantime, Madam Chair.
Thank you to our Secretariat. With regards to this issue, which is the first one, are there any senators who would like to give a brief opening statement with regards to the MPIS issue? Okay, since there's none, maybe we should go right away to the presentation. Any agency would like to have a presentation, perhaps the LTO, to explain the MBIS. Wala kayong presentation.
Good morning, Your Honors, members of the committee. May I
I'm sorry, is this, who is speaking, please? And please speak clearly.
I am ASEC Edgar Galvante of LTO, Your Honor.
Kasi nakalagay sa'yo ASEC Mark Pastor. So you're ASEC Galvante. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. May I just present for a background? Paki-share sa screen. The comparison of the old and the new system for motor vehicle inspection. Before Your Honor, before this activation of the motor vehicle inspection system that we are presently implementing, we were very dependent on the certification given by the PETC or the Private Emission Testing Center and the ocular or visual inspection done by the LTO inspectors. Although even previous to this, motor vehicle inspection centers run by LTO have been constructed or have been put up, I think even as early as mid-1990s, where several facilities were, through the help of JICA, were set up. And these are distributed in the whole of the country, although this may not have been enough because there were regions that we did not have any motor vehicle inspection centers. But due to wear and tear and no funds were provided for its rehabilitation, its improvement, kumbaga, Your Honor, hindi na nag-function after so many years. But DOTC also, during that time, procured several for the construction in other areas. So all in all, about 14 motor vehicle inspection centers were put up, and these were catering to all the vehicles for registration during those times. It's just too bad that when when we took over, ang tumatakbo na lang pong motor vehicle inspection centers are the ones located here in Quezon City and the one located at Pasay, which at this time pasira-sira na rin po dahil sa kumbaga na overtake na po ng obsolescence. Just too bad that nung nanghihingi po kami ng pondo para i-rehabilitate ito, that time, wala pong maibigay dahil sa kakulangan. That's why isa pong naisip is that probably through the participation of the private sector, maipuputa po ito. Kaya kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, there was a meeting at the old office of the Department of Transportation where staff from the private-public partnership presented the possible way of financing or putting this up with the private sector participating. So sa madaling salita, Your Honor, napag-usapan ito at doon sa proposal o doon sa pinakita pong sistema, this can be financed by the private sector and mababawi po nilang kalang investment with between 2.5 years or 3 years. And ang sisingilin pong fee is around 1.8 thousand or 1,800 to 3,000 pesos kung hindi po ako nagkakamali. So pinag-aralan po yan and eventually inadapt po na magkaroon ng pag-o-offer sa mga interesadong sektor na sila po ang mag-finance para po maitayo yung mga MBICs. Kung kaya po gumawa ng pamantayan ng DOTR at yun po ang inoffer na tumalima ang interesado para po mapili kung sino ang bibigyan ng authority na mag-set up. And with DOTR LTO, identifying yung initially po, about 138 sites all over the country. Hindi nga lang po nagkasabay-sabay ang construction nito kasi po naabutan din ng pandemya. But as of now, Your Honor, meron pong 23 private motor vehicle inspection centers na available na po. Although ito po ay nag-ooperate na, hindi naman po ibig sabihin na yung dati-dating mga tinatawag nating PETC, hindi na pinapayagang mag-operate. Kasi hindi po sapat yung initial na 23. And even if the 139 MBICs maiput up na po, kulang din po ito. Kaya doon po sa lugar na walang MBIC, patuloy pong rini-recognize ng LTO sa registration yung certification na issued ng PETC at inspection na ginagawa ng LTO evaluators or inspectors sa mga sasakyan. Nagkaroon din po dati ng polisiya na kung saan ang sasakyang 15 years and older hindi na po irirehistro. Marami pong nakuha tayong reaksyon dito. In fact, sa mga trackers group po, sinasabi nila kung ito i-implement, maaring mga 70 to 80% ng kalang mga truck hindi napapayagang magbiyahe. At definitely, magsasuffer po yung sector na yun ng pagde-deliver ng goods, services, or whatever. Kaya po, pinursu yung pagpuput up nga nitong MBICs. At ang magiging basihan na po ngayon ng registration o renewal of registration, hindi po yung edad ng sasakyan, kundi yung roadworthiness check. Na kung saan, ang tinitignan po rito, hindi lang po yung emission, kundi yung alignment ng gulong, suspension, brake, speedometer, headlight, sound level, and pati po yung emission. So, kung yung sasakyan po nagdaan dito sa sistemang ito at pasado po sila sa pamantayan, kumbaga sa mga sinet na threshold, bibigyan po sila ng authority para makapag-apply for registration. At sa ngayon po, wala pang naitatayong pang heavy vehicles, kaya po nagre-rely pa rin tayo doon sa report ng PETC, certification ng PETC, at saka yung inspection, visual or ocular inspection ng LTO inspectors para pagbasihan po ng registration, ng renewal of registration. Yung pong MBIC na naitayo at nag-ooperate na ngayon, pang light vehicles lang po muna hanggang sa gross weight na 4,500 kilograms. Yung pong mga pang medium or pang heavy, kasalukuyan pong binabalangkas yung guidelines niyan para payagan na rin po makapag-utap para maisagawa na rin yung inspection through the MBIC ng mga heavy vehicles. Again, ang emphasis po dito ay para makita kung roadworthy nga sila at kung sila ay roadworthy, papayagan po ang renewal of registration. Doon po sa naging presyo ng fee ng registration, nagkaroon din po ng, aside from yung present po ng PPP, nagkaroon din po ng mga public hearings. Of course, sa public hearing po, ang karamihang na-suggest na presyo ng fee ranging from about 1,000 to 2,500, I think. But ang inadapt po natin is between 1,500 to 1,800. Bagamat alam po natin na ngayon inabutan tayo ng pandemya, kaya ang pinag-uusapan po ay kung pwede pang ibaba yung presyo, yung fee ng inspection. Hindi man po ibig sabihin na yung sinabi naming presyo na ganyan na halaga, hindi naman po pinag-uutos na hindi sila pwedeng magbaba, but rather, kumbaga parang naging reference price lang po yon. At in fact, in our discussion with the owners of the MBICs, sinasuggest po namin na kung pwedeng ibaba pa, considering na yun nga po sa panahong ngayon, talagang medyo mahirap pong kitain ang halagang yon. So, Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee, sa ngayon po, yun lang muna ang aking masasabi. Pero madidescribe po namin yung step-by-step procedure na ginagawa sa MBIC kung ang sasakyan po dumadaan dito.
Maraming salamat po, Asek Galvante. Doon po sa mga iniulat ninyo, meron po akong mga ibang mga katanungan. Unang-una, di ba meron tayong motor vehicles users charge kung saan 22 billion daw ang nakalap na dito mula itong naumpisahan at ito ay inilagay muna sa PITC, paborito yan ni Senator Drilon. Yung PITC na yan, doon pinark muna yung pera, tapos di umano ito ay inilipat, binalik sa National Treasury o baka yata napunta sa DPWH. Tama ba yon?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, Your Honor, yung collection ng LTO, kami po sa LTO po ang nangongolekta ng motor vehicle users charge. Ito po ay tine-turn over sa Treasury at although nung meron pang road board, sila po ang nangangasiwa ng pondong yon.
Pero teka muna, so magkano po yung perang nakalap ninyo? Tama ba na dun sa mga 11.something%, 11.1% plus another 11.1%, yung una para sa special road safety, tapos yung isa naman para sa vehicle pollution control, ang total nun 22.1 billion o 22.2 billion. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So sa makatuwid, may pera, hindi lang nagamit at hindi lang nalaan para sa intensyon.
Kung maidagdag ko lang po, doon kasi po sa pagkakaintindi ko po, yung authority ng paggamit ng perang yon, nakadistribute po sa maraming purpose. At meron po sa improvement ng mga national and even local roads, I think. kumbaga po, ang pinakikinabangan ng LTO doon is around 7.5%. Pero hindi po ito rinirelease sa LTO na diretso, kundi sa DOTR, tapos kami po ang hihingi ng kung saan namin gagamitin. At karamihan po dito, mawalang galang na, wala pong nalaan para sa repair, rehabilitation, or construction ng new MBICs. Kung natatandaan niyo po, Senator, with all due respect, ilinahad po namin to sa isang hearing, at ako po ay natuwa nga nung sinabi ninyong i-submit ninyo yung inyong pangailangan at susuportahan ko. Kaya po yun ang naging namin, at umasa po kami. Kaya lang po, wala pong naibigay sa aming parte ng MBUC para gamitin po namin sa pagtatayo o pag-rehabilitate ng MBICs. At
Pero
nagpatuloy
hindi ba,
po kami nahingi.
Yusek Galvante, hindi po ba sabi ninyo ang DOTR na ang namamahala dito? Kayo ay isang sangay ng DOTR. So, kung ang DOTR hindi nagsumite para nga dito at hindi nila nilaan ang pwedeng pondo para sa kanila, siyempre talagang walang napunta sa inyo. Hindi ba sila yung nagdidesisyon, DOTR?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, members of the committee, ang sa DOTR lang po na napunta sa pagkaalam ko, yun nga pong 7.5% na yun ang itinutulong nila sa amin sa LTO. Hindi
so
po
yung 7% na yon hindi din ninyo nagamit para dito sa mga MBICs?
Nagamit po, kaya lang po, yung paggamit ng klase ng pondong yon hindi magagamit sa pagtatayo ng MBICs. Ito po, more of the, yung sa emission, yung, I think isa po dyan yung magagamit namin sa seatbelt.
Okay, so ganito na lang po. Bakit, susunod kong tanong ito din yung naisip ko. Kunyari walang pera yung gobyerno ngayon sa pagtatayo, pero kayo naman ay itong private mga centers na to ay sumisingil. Kaya na naman ng gobyerno sumingil kung talagang kailangan ninyo, hindi ba? Para ma-maintain ninyo itong mga centers na to, pero imbes binigay ninyo sa pribadong namumuhunan na 3 years lang mababawi na nila. Kung nasa kanila ng ilang taon yan, di ang laki ng kita nila, bawi na sila ng 3 taon. Anyway, I'm sure our colleagues will also ask these questions in detail later on. Another question that I would like to ask, Yusek Galvante, bakit nyo inuna ang private vehicles? Alam naman natin ang public vehicles, halimbawa yung mga bus, hindi naman lahat, pero yung mga sakuna na malalaki talagang trahedya ay nagaganap dito sa mga pampublikong sasakyan na to na mas marami ang nakasakay at nakikinabang. Tuloy, iniisip ng marami kasi kikita kayo sa private vehicles dahil mas marami ito. Ilan ba ang private vehicles sa bansa? Pakisabi nga, ilang milyon?
Mga, sa estimate ko, mga 4 million. But malinaw ko lang po na hindi po kasama ang motorsiklo dyan.
Okay, fine. So, about 4 million. Wala pa yung motorsiklo. Ilan ang pampublikong sasakyan?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Hindi ko po ang figure ngayon. But tingnan ko po.
LTFRB, ilan ang pampublikong sasakyan?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. Chairman Delgra po of LTFRB. We have almost 400,000
okay.
vehicles.
That's all for now, Chairman Delga. Thank you for that information. So, sir, as Yusek Galvante, we have 400,000 public vehicles as opposed to 4 million private vehicles. So if we wanted to test the capability of these centers, it would have been easier and probably even better to test public vehicles first. So bakit ninyo inuna ang private vehicles? Pakisabi nga.
Linawin ko lang po, Your Honor. Insofar as the public utility vehicles are concerned, kasama po yan dito sa present MBIC. Kaya lang po, limited nga lang po sa 4,500 kilograms. Kaya po yung mga jeep natin, kasama po yan. Although ang pricing po ng intindi ko, ang presyong pinapataw ng MBIC proponents sa mga jeeps or public utility vehicles between 250 to 300, Your Honor.
Kaya nga ewan ko bakit hindi handa sa public vehicles. Bakit? Masyado bang mabigat?
Madam
Ah.
Chair, if I may be allowed to be heard, Madam Chair, Giovanni Lopez of the OTR, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
If I,
Asset
Apo.
Lopez, go ahead, please.
Banoy Lopez po. Apo, magandang umaga po, Madam Chair and Your Honors. No? Let me just give a better context of what's happening dito sa MBIS natin. No? Just to answer your questions directly po. No? Tama po yung sinabi ni Asek Galvante na as a matter of fact, I think as early as 2017 po, no, nakipag-pulong po ang DOTR LTO sa ating road board na bigyan naman tayo ng pondo. No?
Teka
Kung saan
muna, Asset Lopez, ang
Apo.
tanong ko, bakit inuna ang private vehicles at hindi public? Huwag mo na ako bigyan muna ng history ng kung saan yung ginamit
Madam
yung
Chair.
pera.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's where I'm driving at,
Then
Madam
go
Chair.
there right away.
Opo. So the road board gave us money po, no? Gave us money na for us to procure mobile vehicle inspection system for PUVs. So binigay po natin sa PITC yan para po i-procure yan. What happened po is that there was a failure of bidding at nag-revert po yung pondo sa National Treasury natin. So that's the first plan supposed to be to address directly and the public utility vehicles. And the phase 2 is to address the private motor vehicles. So ang ginawa po natin para tuloy-tuloy lang po ang programa is that we push through with the second phase, which is the private motor vehicles by accrediting the private. But in the same time, we have to roll out the PUJs, the PUVs. Bakit po hindi pa natin niro-roll out po ngayon? Kasi po we acknowledge and we recognize that there's a need for us po, the OTR and LTO, to reassess, reevaluate the standards po that we're setting forth right now for the private motor vehicles para naman po yung mga ating public utility pumasa na po without sacrificing the minimum standards for roadworthiness. So kung kailan po...
Sir, you're trying to assess the safety for private vehicles para makapasa ang public vehicle? Ulitin
Ano po, sir, ma'am? Yes, Madam Chair. Kasi ngayon po, meron po tayong mga sinabing standards po, no, for the private motor vehicles. And these are yung sinasabi natin ilang test po, to 68 tests, 670 points test, no. Sa amin po, kailangan namin kasing pag-aralan at i-adjust po na kailangan namin kontihan ng konti yung minimum standards pagdating po sa PUJs para po talagang ma-assess namin at talaga po naman yung PUJs natin po, no, pumasa sa ating standards without yung sinasacrifice na.
So, ang sinasabi mo ngayon, nagpapakadakila na unahin natin ang private vehicles para makahanap tayo ng paraan na maging mas madali para sa public vehicles. It seems very flawed to me. Anyway, thank you for your attempt to explain this. But let me tell you something. The guidelines for the PMBIC was issued only last December 29. But at the time, 17 PMBICs were already operating. So in short, naglabas kayo ng guidelines, pero 17 na ang nag-ooperate nung panahon na yon. So nauna pa yung pag-ooperate bago ninyo linabas ang inyong regulasyon. Parang sino ba itong mga may-ari nito? Mamaya, ipapalahad ko sa inyo kung sino-sino ang mga may-ari nitong mga PMBICs na binigyan ninyo kaagad. Kasi bakit sila ang nauna? May eksperto ba sila dito o dahil malapit sila sa iba? At saka pinalitan ninyo yung mga guidelines ninyo, ha? Dapat dati nakalagay lahat ng mga nasa DOTR or LTO, dapat hindi sila pwedeng mamuhunan sa ganitong uri ng mga centers dahil nga konektado sila. Ngayon, pinalitan ninyo yung guidelines, nilagay ninyo, yun lang doon sa selection committee at saka yung mga ibang mga clerks. So, parang nagtataka lang ako anong nangyari dito. Hindi malinaw sa akin ngayon kung bakit ninyo inuna pa rin ang private vehicles. Para sabihin na para padaliin sa public vehicles, kaya inuna ninyo ang private vehicles. Anong klaseng dahilan yan? I will yield the floor now to our senators who are here, and later on I will follow up in between. But I think that we should yield first to our Senate President, who is present, unless he would like to give his time to another senator first before we tackle the child safety issue. Is Senator Soto present? In that case, since Senator Soto,
I'll log in later, Grace.
okay, thank you, Senator Soto. We will have you first during our second part of the hearing on the child safety seats.
Although I
let me
have some
ask-
issues with although I have some issues with the LTO right now because of the statements that I just heard. Anyway, sige, I'll do it later. Thank you.
Okay, noted, Senate President. I would like to begin now with Senator Villanueva, who logged in first and was logged out and logged in again. Senator Villanueva, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually more interested in the child safety, but as I was listening a while ago, I cannot help but react to the statements made by our resource persons, Madam Chair. Una pa lang, sa pag-present pa lang nila ng kanilang sarili dito sa committee na ito, si ASEC Steven Pastor naging ASEC Edgar Galvante. Talagang handang-handa po sila para i-communicate ng maayos kung ano yung mga gusto nating maintindihan. Pangalawa, nakaka-concern po yung sinabi kanina during the public hearing na ang pinag-usapan 1,000 to 2,500 yung fees. Tapos nababa daw po nila 1,500 to 1,800. Pero sinabi din po na subject to negotiation pa rin ito, pwedeng magbago at hinihiling nilang bumaba. Ano ba talaga, Madam Chair? Pagkaho ganyan na under negotiation lahat ng fees, alam naman natin kung anong mangyayari pagkaho ganyan. So sana magkaroon tayo ng linaw tungkol po dito kasi nakakalungkot po and I share your sentiment, Madam Chair, as to why the focus is on the private vehicles. So my first question, Madam Chair, una, kung po pwedeng linawin po yun, no? Pangalawa, yung average period of inspection before a certificate of roadworthiness is issued, gaano nga po ba katagal ito?
Who are you directing your question to again, Senator Villanueva? Galvante?
Well, yes, to the Department of, LTO, Madam Chair. Dito po sa nangangasiwa ng private motor vehicle inspection centers.
Alam ko si ASEC Lopez ang in charge ng lahat ng mga desisyon dyan. Pero sino bang nangangasiwa?
Madam Chair, I'm the chair po for the accreditation committee, Madam Chair, for the accrediting the MBIs. I think the question of the Honorable Senator, I think it would be better answered by the VCOAP owners, the center, the owners themselves, Madam Chair, if I may.
Okay, do we have anyone present here?
Good morning, Chair, to the committee. This is Inigo Larrazabal. I'm the president of the Vehicle Owners Association of the Philippines. To answer Senator Villanueva's question, our pricing po is 1,500 pesos po for light vehicles and 600 pesos po sa motorcycles. To repeat your question, sir, I wanted to clarify kung bakit ganun po yung presyo po. Ang sagot po nun is yun po yung nakasaad dun sa guidelines na binigay sa amin. But even before that, when we were invited back in 2018 to invest in this program, which we believe in this program of road safety back in 2018, it was actually published at 1,800 pesos and 600. Bubaba na lang po, no? Nung nakapag-invest na po kami, nagbago po yung presyo. Actually, binabaan po. Kaya that's what happened po.
Yeah, Sir Inigo, sorry but you're not the one who made mention na somehow pwedeng bumaba at ibababa pa, no? It was ASEC Edgar Galvante who made mention of that particular statement that I was referring to. My question lang po is yung average period of inspection before po mabigay yung certificate of roadworthiness. Gaano po ito katagal yung ginagawa?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. Usually po, our testing is it takes about 15 minutes if all goes well. Sometimes kasi po we have to recheck. For example, medyo may nagkakamali, medyo hindi maganda yung resulta, inuulit po namin just to be sure. So sometimes, like for example, a brake test po, pag bumagsak po sa unang test, you have to make sure na bagsak ba talaga siya. So nauulit on a second or a third time.
Okay.
So,
Here's my next. Yes.
It
Yes, Sir Inigo.
usually about 15 minutes, sir.
Opo, salamat to, no. But ang isa pang question is the use the system you're using, is it compatible with the system being used by LTO? And yung sistema ho ba na ginagamit nyo, pare-pareho po kayong lahat ng mga private inspection na companies o iba-iba rin po ito?
Thank you for the question, Your Honors. No, we were given guidelines on which kind of equipment, which tests we would be conducting. So there was a mandate. No? So yes, hindi kami papareho ng brand po. There are different accredited suppliers for us to to select. So dapat it was the technical working group of DOTR and LTO who specified the minimum requirements of what test, no, at kung anong equipment ang kakailanganin po namin.
So are you saying wala po niyan? Sorry, are you saying wala po niyan? Walang minimum requirements? Kasi if you have different systems, you know, Madam Chair, I'm asking this question because I'm getting a lot of complaints. Una, yung sinasabi niyo pong 15 minutes, may mga private cars po na pabalik-balik daw po sila. May mga private cars din na sinasabi, iba po yung sistema nitong mga private inspection na companies. So, paano mapapangalagaan? And again, Madam Chair, I'm sure the LTO or someone from DOTR is on top of this. We are asking questions sa isang private inspection company. Hindi ba dapat yung gobyerno, yung LTO, yung pong nangangalaga nito, sila dapat on top of all this?
Mr. Senator, can I clarify lang po?
Sige po.
Yeah. Yes, there are strict standards, no, very stringent standards that we have to follow. What I meant to say lang po na iba-iba po yung brand po ng equipment na binibili namin. That's what I meant po. But yes, we have similar tests that we conduct in each center po. What I meant to say earlier is that we have different brands of equipment.
But are you sure that it's all compatible to the system being used by the LTO?
You mean compatible? We have to upload to all of our tests, sir. We have to upload to the LTO system, the LTMS system, the Land Transportation Management System. We all have to upload our results to that system. When you say compatible, meaning, sir, that if we have similar standards, yes, we do. Our equipment has to have similar standards or results that will determine whether you pass or fail a certain test.
Sige po, maraming salamat, Sir Inigo. Last question lang, Madam Chair, sa LTO. Do they get complaints like the same complaints that we are getting in our offices? And perhaps if you could give us a breakdown, how are you dealing with all these complaints?
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Who is speaking, please?
Asek Galbante po.
Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. Asek Galvante before you respond, okay? This is going to be the trend of our hearing. After the questions of Senator Villanueva's answered, we will ask some of the users who actually went through the inspection centers to give a brief recount of their experience. And then I'd also like to hear about the VACC, after which I would like to give the leadership of the Senate a chance to ask their questions first. So I will begin with Senator Recto after the presentations of those two resource persons I mentioned, after which our minority leader, Senator Drilon, and then we will go through in order of login. Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Asek Calvante, Yusek Calvante. I'm sorry, I keep calling you Asek. Asek,
Yes,
Yusek.
Asek po, Your Honor.
At least na-promote kita kahit paano sandali. Okay. Asek Galvante, go ahead, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor. To address the query of the Honorable Senator Villanueva, yung pong mga complaints na nakakarating sa amin, yung pong na-identify yung MBIC na tinutukoy sa complaint, kinocall po namin ang attention at pinag-explain sila. At ina-advisean din po namin sa kanila na sagutin yung ikino-complain. Kaya po sa aming, ito po dahil nag-uumpisa pa lang, kung yung pong kanilang paliwanag, hindi katanggap-tanggap, pwede po silang sanctionin ng DOTR, LTO, at alam po nila yon.
Okay po, last na lang po, may na-sanction na po kayo na PMVIC?
Wala pa nga po dahil ito ikaumpisa lang. At yung paliwanag naman, halimbawa, yung nauna.
So lahat po ng paliwanag nila, acceptable po sa
hindi
inyo?
Pa, Your Honor, if I can just continue. For example, yung pong nangyari sa, I think ito po yung Kabanatuan at saka yung po nangyari sa Angeles. Halimbawa po yung sa Kabanatuan, inamin po nung may-ari nung management ng MBIC na nagkamali sila, kinorek po nila ito. At even the owner of the vehicle, tanggap po nila na hindi man sila ibinagsak, kundi yung naka-reflect na maling reading, kinorek po ito. At wala po nangyaring ibinagsak sila, tapos nagbayad sila, pagkatapos nag-retest, hindi po. Mismo yung management na, sa kanilang explanation na nakorek ito, tinanggap naman. Pagkakaalam namin, tinanggap ng may-ari. Ngayon, yung po sa nangyari, yung nangyari naman po sa Angeles, sa paliwanag po nung may-ari ng management ng MBIC, at ito po I think pinalathala po nila ito, na yung sa kanilang reading po, nung isinubject sa test yung sasakyan, nakakita nilang may kakulangan do sa threshold na sa preno. At yun po ang kinoment nila at para korekin ng may-ari. At dinala naman daw ito ng may-ari do sa kasa, at nung ibinalik, nakapasa na po. Pero sa tingin ng technician, kung pwede po, sa tingin ng technician, in-adjust po para mag-comply. Kaya nung second test na po, nakapasa na. Pero hindi po totoo, ayon sa kanila, na nagbayad ng 900 for the retesting. Yun po, Your Honor.
Ako, Madam Chair, nagtanong ho ako, nakuha ko yung sagot. Unfortunately, nakakalito pa rin dahil iba-iba yung sistema, iba-iba yung complaints na nakakarating sa ating opisina. Ang LTO umamin na may mga complaints na naratanggap po sila, pero wala ho ni isa na nasa sanction. At we trust their judgment on this, Madam Chair. But again, I hope to hear also yung mga nagko-complaints po tungkol dito. Meron pong complaint na pumasa sila doon sa isang PMVIC o bumagsak po sila, doon naman sa kabila, pumasa naman po sila. So, yun po, sana matignan ho natin yun. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joel. In the meantime, I'd like to ask Mr. Rene Romero ng PAMCHAM to please recount your experience if you're logged in already. Briefly, sir, so that we may be enlightened.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everybody, especially sa ating mga senators. Ako po ay isang may-ari ng isang sasakyan, dinala namin sa LTO Angeles City ng driver ko para pa-renew namin yung kanyang rehistro. So to our surprise, meron na palang bagong setup na meron na palang PMBIC. So nagpunta po doon yung driver ko at pinatest po yung aking sasakyan. Yung first test po, bumagsak yung brakes niya sa likuran ng kotse. So to my surprise, kasi kagagaling lang po sa preventive maintenance service yung sasakyan ko sa BMW Casa, no po, dito sa San Fernando. At nung bumagsak po, after several days, dinala po namin doon kasi ako po ay nag-out of town. Gusto kong makita kung paano gagawin yung pag-repair. Wala naman pong ginalaw yung kasa. Nung pong tinignan nila yung brake disc pads ng aking sasakyan sa likod, hindi pa raw po, wala pa sa limit, no, which is 3 mm. Kapag 3 mm na lang po ang kapal ng disc pads, ang sabi ng BMW Casa, hindi na po pwede. Pero ang sukat na nakuha po sa sasakyan ko is 7 at saka 11 mm. So binalik po namin sa quick PMBIC dito sa Angeles. Second round, pumasa po siya. Nung pong yung first round, nung bumagsak po yung test niya, curious po ako, nagpunta po ako doon para nga alamin ko kung paano nangyari kasi dinride ko yung sasakyan. Matagal naman po akong gumagamit ng mga sasakyan. Alam ko yung mahina ang brake o malakas ang brake, no? So, hindi po nila nakuha ang i-explain mabuti sa akin bakit bagsak on the second round yung testing, no? At the same time, when I was observing, nakita ko may nakasakay na technician sa loob ng kotse while the test is going on doon sa roller para i-test yung roller bay nila para i-test yung lakas ng brake ng mga sasakyan. And at the same time, I saw yung brake lights ng sasakyan na tinetest nila umiilaw. So sabi ko sa sarili ko, siguro merong binibrake ito. So I asked the facility manager, sabi ko, is there a human intervention sa testing na ito? Ang unang sagot sa akin, wala po. Yung driver sa loob, hindi ba nagpipreno yan? Hindi po sir. So hanggang duda ako kasi po matagal na akong gumagamit ng sasakyan at ako'y nagkatalyer din before, no? So sabi ko, paano gagawin ko? Dali na po ninyo sa kasa, pa-repair ninyo kasi hindi pwede pa-restore yan kung hindi pasado. So yun nga po, dinala namin doon. So ang tingin ko po is that hindi po consistent yung human intervention. Palagi sigurado may margin for error yan. Tinignan ko po yung IRR na in-issue ng LTO. Dapat mag-apply ng no less than 90 kilos braking force para matest yung brake ng sasakyan. Ang human error na sinasabi ko po, Madam Chair, is that sometimes baka yung technician ng mga PMBIC, ang tapak niya 30 kilos lang instead na 80 or 90 kilos. Natural, babagsak po ang testing kasi mahina ang pagtapak ng technician sa brake pedal ng sasakyan para masukatan kung gaano kalakas yung brake. So dito po nakita ko, sabi ko, parang kung gusto kang ibagsak, pwede. Kung gusto kang ipasa, pwede. Kawawa naman po kung yung mga kababayan natin na lalo na tamang-tama lang yung ginagastos nila sa testing, bumabagsak, pabalik-balik. Buti po kami, hindi po, I would like to correct yung sinabi ni Asek Galbante, no? Hindi po ako nakolekta ng 900 sa testing. Nilibre po kami doon, hindi po kami siningil. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Romero, dahil isa kayo sa may experience dito, no? Bago ko nga pala ako pumunta VACC, meron pang si Governor Dolor at saka at meron pang isa sa San Fernando naman, si Mayor Ortega. Gusto ko rin marinig ang kanilang pananaw dito. Pero Mr. Romero, ito yung follow-up question ko sa iyo. Ito yung mga general requirements na dapat meron itong mga PMBICs. Dapat sila ay interconnected with the existing LTO IT system. Ewan ko kung mapapansin mo yan. Pero yung isang binanggit mo, no human intervention in the conduct of tests. Parang sinasabi mo merong human intervention, hindi ba?
Opo.
Okay. Tapos, the pass or fail judgment shall be indicated in every stage of inspection and displayed on overhead the TV monitor. Meron ba niyan?
Meron po silang TV monitor. Hindi ko po masyadong napansin, no? I believe yun po
meron ba silang dapat no manual encoding of results or editing of results?
Ang alam ko po is that pagkatapos ng testing, ang sabi po is diretso dyan sa LTO district office na malapit sa quick PMBIC. Pagkatapos po, babalik sa quick PMBIC at ipiprint yung result na binigay sa amin yung kopyang yun. Na yun ang nagsabi na bagsak nga po yung rear brakes ng sasakyan ko.
Okay. Yun bang lugar nila well-ventilated? May parking space naman?
Malinis po. Maganda yung lugar. May mga nakapark po, pero dito po kasi sa MacArthur Highway, kasalukuyan ginagawa yung road widening. There are some portion of the highway na nagagamit for parking, no? At in fact, nung second round po, yung sasakyan ko pinapark na sa likod nila. Meron po ata silang parking sa likod.
Okay, yun lang po yung mga tanong natin. Siyempre, binabalanse talaga natin. May mga iba na compliant sila. Halimbawa, sabi nyo, malinis ang lugar, well-ventilated naman. Pero yun ay physical description of the place. Pero yung capability ng kanilang test mismo, yung atin din dapat pagtuunan ng pansin. So thank you, Mr. Romero. I'd like to hear for a brief statement.
May I add?
Yes, sir.
Ang experience ko po, Madam Chair, is that hindi ko alam kung saan ko idudulong yung aking reklamo, no? Kasi hindi po ako, nagka-deadlock po kami nung pag-explain nila sa akin bakit bumagsak ang sasakyan ko. On the first try, pasado. On the second try, bumagsak. Ano? Hindi po ma-explain mabuti. Dapat po siguro meron talagang eksperto o inhinyero na pag sinabi sa amin, naniniwala na kami na sila ay eksperto talaga sa mga ganyan. Kasi yung mga technicians nila, hindi naman po pwedeng tanungin kasi busy daw po sila. No? Ang pwede mo lang tanungin ay yung mga operator, yung mga owner. So parang sabi ko nga po, kasi nag-reach out po sa amin ng quick at kami po ay nag-usap. Very cordial naman po yung meeting namin at satisfied naman po ako sa pinag-usapan namin, pero up to this time naniniwala ako because of the human intervention, yung human error, yung margin of error nandun pa rin po, no? Kaya dapat po siguro meron silang para bang yung customer service po sa isang management. Ano po, Madam? Thank you po.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, Senator Nancy. That's a very constructive suggestion. There should really be a manager that's an engineer in those areas na nakakaintindi talaga. Kasi we appreciate that dapat yung mga technicians TESDA certified, pero dapat naka-display din siguro yung mga titles or yung mga accreditation ng bawat technician doon, di ba? Kung ano-ano yung kanilang mga natapos. Senator Nancy, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, tatanong ko lang kay Mr. Romero. Before there was a PMVIC, what was the system? So paano kayo yung dating gawi, meron hubang inspection ng brake pads? May ganun hubang sistema before? Or it was just emission testing?
Wala po, Madam Senator. Ano lang po, emission testing lang po.
So dati pinapasok niyo lang yung sasakyan niyo for emission testing?
Opo.
And magkano ho yung bayad niyo?
Kung di po nagkakamali, 500 or 600.
And dinadala niyo ho talaga sa emission testing centers yung sasakyan niyo?
Opo, yung sa amin po, dinadala namin kasi po malapit po sila dito sa opisina namin. At magkaharap lang po doon sa opisina ng LTO.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Nancy. I'd like to hear a brief statement from the League of Provinces of the Philippines, si Governor Dolor. Governor Dolor, I know you're logged in.
Senator Grace, good morning po to the other senators of the Republic.
Yes, hello, Governor. Go ahead, please.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm very particular this issue, not just on behalf of the League of Provinces, but particularly on the case of Oriental Mindoro. And probably our province is the first province that complained with the LTO As a matter of fact, on the first day of implementation of this one, on January 25, we experienced the flocking of people to the LTO office, which caused a lot of problems, violating physical distancing and a lot of health issues. As a matter of fact, the following day, I wrote immediately Assistant Secretary Edgar Galvante to temporarily suspend the implementation until after several issues are answered. However, after the lapse of 13 days up to today, no answer is received by this office. We have yet to receive a response from the office of Asi Galvante. Ma'am, issues at hand. First, in Mimaropa alone, for example, there were 5 provinces, but there are only 2 PMVIC facility, one in Puerto Princesa and one in Calapan City. In our case, sa Oriental Mindoro, ma'am, dapat sa accredited PMVIC facility. Pero ma'am, yung Occidental Mindoro, Marinduque, Romblon, they can just go to an ordinary private admission center, testing center, and they can register. So where is the equal protection clause? Where is the equal protection sa mga tao na doon sa isang probinsya, dapat dito sa facility nito, doon sa isang probinsya, pwedeng hindi. Doon ba sa isang probinsya, hindi nila kailangan na matest ang kanila na private testing facility na bago? These are issues na dapat nilang sagutin kasi ma'am, it's unfair na in-implement nila na walang consultation ng local governments. As a matter of fact, as governor of the province, nagulat na lang ako na nung umaga, biglang may ganitong ini-implement ng LTO. I immediately called the attention of LTO the following morning. At ang sabi nila, wala silang magawa because this is a directive coming from their central office. Secondly, ma'am, walang mayor man lang na nagkaroon ng consultation. That's why unanimous ang aming League of Municipalities, ang provinces, to really complain and ask for LTO's temporary suspension muna. Another one, ma'am, this is very ill-timed. Why? Ma'am, they have to ask all private vehicle owners to travel, in our case, 175 kilometers to go to Calapan City to register. Samantalang, we have LTO extension offices in the different central municipalities within the province. Anong nangyari, ma'am? Kailangan pang papuntahin at this point in time that we have a crisis. Thirdly, the cost of inspection and inspection, ma'am, is really burdensome to our people. Ang dami ma'am naman ng trabaho, ang dami ma'am ngayong panahon dito na nangangailangan ng assistance from the government, and then ita-timing pa natin ngayon ang pag-implement nito. I think government must be sensitive enough on the plight of our people. Wag naman sa panahong ito. Another case, ma'am. There are only, if I'm not mistaken, there are only 138 PMVIC sa buong bansa, catering to how many millions of vehicles. Tapos, in the case of our province, for example, ma'am, yung na-register namin in 2020 is around 39,400 private vehicles. Bukod pa ma'am yung Pinamalayan and Rojas. In that case, ma'am, they are going to average 200 per day. I-add ma'am yung dalawa na tinanggalan nila. That will be around 400 per day. Hindi ma'am kaya ng isang facility lang. And yun ang problema ma'am natin, yung health protocols natin, yung ating distancing, nawawala naman because yung pagdagsa ng tao, sobrang apektado. And we are under a crisis. We are under a pandemic. At this point in time, ma'am, lahat ginagawa ng local governments, kami ma'am, mga gobernador ng Pilipinas, lahat ng pagsusumikap ginagawa namin para maiwasan ang pagkalat ng COVID. And here we have. Meron panibagong policy na ibibigay ang gobyerno inviting the possibility of community transmission because of this one. Napakarami ma'am na pwedeng gawin ngayong panahon ito. We are appealing to the LTO to temporarily suspend. I will not dwell on other issues na na-discuss na kanina on the technical side. Marami ma'am complaints. Ang aming motorcycle riders nagko-complain ma'am. Ang aming mga private vehicle owners nagko-complain. Why? Kasi pagkatapos ma'am nila ng PMS, pasado pagdating dito sa facility, bagsak. Tapos may mga issues ma'am na hindi naman ganun ka-technically equipped yung mga technicians na nag-handle sa kanila. Ma'am, these are the issues na dapat sana i-resolve muna ng LTO nationwide before implementing this particular innovation. We are with government, ma'am. In our desire to make our environment clean, in order to make our roadworthiness achieved. Pero ma'am, at this point, wag naman sana sa gitna ng pandemic, Huwag naman sana burdensome ang presyo. And lastly, ma'am, sana kung merong i-implement sa isang probinsya, it must be implemented in all provinces. We cannot say that one province has to have one and the other province is okay na sa private testing facility lang. So with that, ma'am, I would like to appeal once more sa LTO through the Senate intercession. Ma'am, please, pakisuspend muna po ng implementation nito until after proper consultation with stakeholders and local government units are done by LTO para maiwasan, ma'am, natin yung mga ganitong cases. As a matter of fact, I am asking Secretary Galvante, please, I wrote you a letter. Siguro naman po as governor of the province, I deserve a response from the LTO. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience and your insight on this, Governor. In fact, meron kami natanggap na merong documented report from Calapan, Mindoro where a motorist was inspected 5 times.
Yes, ma'am.
All paid for repeatedly. Bagsak palagi. At meron daw silang mga resibo. So talagang imaginein mo kung 700 times 5 yan. Paulit-ulit, di ba? 3,500 kaagad. Ang laki. Tapos yung sinasabi niyong point na 200 to 400 per day, per facility. Ang minimum time is 30 minutes for an inspection. Paano mo ma-fit yung 200 na yon at the minimum, di ba? Kung 30 minutes each. So you're right about social distancing and also preventing the spread of the virus if we only have very limited centers and especially if you say doon muna tayo sa mga centers na pwede, yung ibang lugar wala, yung equal protection, di ba? Yung equal implementation of the law. So you have very good points. I would just like to ask now, brief na lang, Vice Mayor Alf Ortega, but before that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our additional senators. I believe Senator Go is also present, Senator Cayetano, and Senator Tolentino. Okay.
Yes, Grace. This is Amy. I logged in very early, but I stepped out. I'm here again.
I did not acknowledge you, Senator Marcos, and you're next, I believe, after Senator Trilon. Okay.
Grace, I'm here as well, Senator Zubiri.
I already acknowledged you also, Majority Leader. I would like to ask now, Vice Mayor Ortega, your experience on the matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning po at sa lahat po ng mga senators ngayon. It's a privilege to be here with you. Yes, here in our city of San Fernando, La Union po, I really fully support and second the appeal of Governor Dolor. Kasi nga po, kailangan po talaga sana kung po pwede ma-temporary suspend ang operations. Nagpasa po kami ng resolution. I think this is one of the first resolutions sa buong Pilipinas po na we are asking for the suspension of yung operations nga po. Dahil siguro po, i-summarize ko na lang. Unang-una, yung gaya po ng sinabi nyo, Madam Chair, is yung timing nitong pag-ooperate. Number 2, ang isa sa mga nasabi kanina is yung 1,800 na fee for the inspection, dapat po kasama na po doon yung emission. Pero ang nangyayari po dito sa amin, hindi ko po alam if it's also happening in the other inspection centers, is that because the system, I think we were talking about systems kanina, ng LTO hindi po tugma sa sistema ng PMVIC namin dito sa syudad. That's why the motorists still have to undergo an emission testing sa ibang lugar na naman po, and that's an additional 450 pesos again on top of the 1,800. So, yung panggasolina na lang po na 100 ng nagmomotor ngayon, napakabigat na po. So yung 1,800 plus 450 pa. And then I'm not really sure if it's also happening in other centers, but here in our center, sa PMVIC po dito, ang center po nagpapapirma sa mga motorista ng waiver. So ang sabi nga po sa isang dialogo na naganap nung nakaraang linggo, ang sabi ng isang motorista, kung ikaw ba ay kung magpapacheck up sa doktor, kailangan mo ba magpapirma ng waiver na sasabihin na huwag kang magreklamo kung ano man ang kalalabasan ng inspeksyon o resulta? So with that, medyo questionable po. And like what you said, Madam Chair, public consultation. this is a good program, we believe, but kung walang public consultation para sa mga beneficiaryo nito, useless po dahil hindi rin po natin maririnig ang opinion ng ating taong bayan. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You said a lot in 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Very meaty. I would like to ask Asek Galvante, totoo ba yung sinasabi ni Vice Mayor? Tama ba yon na dapat hiwalay ang fee ng emissions dito sa ibang tests?
Your Honor, if I may respond, hindi po. Kasi ang roadworthiness check sa PMBIC, kasama na po doon ang emission.
Okay.
Kasama na po
Sinong
emission.
may-ari nung testing center dyan sa La Union? Alam ba ni Vicoap kung sino?
Alapit ko lang, ma'am, yung name ng kumpanya, ma'am. No? But yes, membro po namin, ma'am. But I do not have his company name with us.
Okay, I need to know that name so that it will be mentioned publicly. Kasi I think they're using too much discretion, even having a waiver signed before that. That's very telling. Okay, now,
Get back to you.
sige. Maybe we can hear now from a very short statement first from VACC, Arsenio Evangelista. Thank you, Mr. Evangelista, for your unbiased reporting on so many different issues. That's why we would like to hear your views now on the matter. Your mic is still muted. Naka-off pa po yung mic nyo. Ayan.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of this committee. Kami po sa VACC ay talagang tumututol sa implementasyon nitong motor vehicle inspection centers na ang nagmeme-ari po ay pribado. At una, sa mga dahilan na walang public consultation, walang thorough public consultation, at pag alam naman natin, pag walang public consultation, may possible corruption. At ang kaduktong po nito, in the absence of transparency, there is corruption. So yun po ang una naming nakita. Tapos pangalawa po, masyadong exorbitant ang fees, mataas, wrong timing, hindi napapanahon po ngayon, that any charges, anything that entails expenses is wrong timing in the middle of this pandemic. Maraming na-dislocate po sa atin, wala ng trabaho, nagsara yung mga kumpanyang malalaki. So yun ang mga issues na ini-embrace po namin. At ang madagdagan ko pa, isang walang maayos na basihan kung ano ang sinasabing roadworthiness ng isang sasakyan. Dito po pumapasok yung integrity ng machines. Saan bang country of origin ang galing itong mga machines na to? Compatible ba ito sa present na mga motor vehicles natin dito sa ginagamit sa Pilipinas? Masyadong mahigpit, masyadong mataas ang standard ng inspection centers, kaya kung saan majority ng mga sasakyan natin dito nag-fail. So it goes to, you are mandatory for you to retake. Magagastos ka na naman dito, 1,800 plus 2,900, 2,007 yearly po ito, yearly. So at yun nga, walang basihan. Tapos ang isa pang issue nga namin na tinitingnan po dito yung walang maayos na batayan para malaman ng isang sasakyan kung roadworthy siya. Hindi ba hirap na isipin na madaming dahilan para ibaksak ang isang testing center ang isang sasakyan dahil sa kawalan ng batayan o panuntunan. Tapos ang isa pa dito yung isa pang importanteng dahilan yung lack of transparency. Pag walang transparency dito doon sa ina-adapt nilang centers, doon pumapasok yung you are opening doors for corruption. Pag walang transparency, pinahihirapan mo yung mga tao, madaling araw, nakapila, baka mag-come across sila, magbigay na lang sila at para mapadali na lang yung compliance mo. So yun ang iniiwasan natin dito, at kung ganito man ang aming mga pronouncements, statements, sana wag huwag sila magalit sa amin at sisihin kasi meron na tayong mapait na experience years back kung saan nagbabayad tayo para sa plaka, lisensya, stickers na hanggang ngayon, after about 8 years, hindi naman natin na nakukuha, hindi nila na-deliver. At nagkaroon ba ng accountability dito sa mga pumirma dito sa LTO, DOTR that time. So, ang ano pa din, ang isa ring kataka-taka dito na gusto naming linawin, bakit isang government agency, attached agency, dahil merong department order, you will enter into a contract between private entities and private individuals to operate this. Ang pag-aaral namin, based on COA reports, we have more than enough money to operate, supervise these motor vehicle inspection centers. Balikan po natin yung motor vehicle users charge. Every time, every year, nagre-rehistro tayo. Yun ang pinakamalaking portion na napupunta sa road users tax sa LTO, 2,000 something a year. Those proceeds can be used to build these centers instead of us giving opportunity sa kapitalista, mayayaman. Bakit hindi natin bigyan itong tayo ng government run? Yun ang non-negotiable sa aming grupo. Gusto namin ito should be run by government agencies, departments, para instead of yung 1,008, baka naman masigin na lang tayo ng 300 because meron nagsasubsidize yung gobyerno. This is a golden opportunity for you sa gobyerno na pakita nyo yung malasakit in this middle of this pandemic. Anything that entails gastos, talagang magkakaroon po ng resistance to sa ating mamamayan. Kasi sunod-sunod na po ang tama natin eh. So, ang isa pa hong importante na nahihirapan tila sagutin ng DOTR at LTO yung interconnectivity po nila, no? Yung real time. May compliance ka na, may certificate ka to register na naipasa mo. Ngayon, yung connectivity dun sa LTO. Ngayon, masyadong limited, no? Numbering to less than 30 lang ata yung may connection, ano? So, you are obliged to go to the nearest PETC, yung private emission testing centers. Babiyahe ka, malayo, tapos you have to pay again 400 to 500 pesos depending dun sa center at dun sa location. So, ang yun nga. Kaya kami po nananawagan, maraming salamat po, no? Madam Chair, sa Senado, na kahit paano narinig nyo yung aming panawagan na magkaroon ng Senate hearing in aid of legislation. Kaya Madam Chair, hanggang dito na lamang po at ako po ay nakahandang sumagot sa anumang katanungan sa ating mga kagalang-galang na mamabatas. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Evangelista. Before we go on with the questions of Senator Recto, just a few points before we move forward. Asek Galvante, di ba sinasabi ninyo dapat merong roadworthiness? Kaya nga medyo yung, I think it was Yusek Lopez who mentioned earlier, para sa mga public vehicles, mas magiging madali later on makapasa sila. So ibig sabihin ba nito dito sa modernization ng mga jeeps, kung nakapasa sila sa test na to later on, pag pinayagan na yung public utility vehicles sa magpa-test, kahit na luma ang jeep nila, basta nakapasa, hindi na sila kailangan magpalit ng unit. Tama ba yon?
Pagpamanhin niyo po, Madam Chair, yung kasagutan dito, yung limited lang po sa aming pag-check ng vehicle. Kaya nga po ang batayan sa renewal na registration, yung roadworthiness. So hindi po magiging pamantayan na hindi i-rehistro yung sasakyan kung pasado po sa roadworthiness. Kaya kahit ito po yung luma o bago, ang magiging batayan po is the roadworthiness. Yung po ang aking pagkaka.
So kung roadworthy yung public utility vehicle, kahit na luma na, pwede pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I just want to show you the logic. How many centers do you have operating? Sabi niyo 23?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. think about this. With the data given by LTFRB, there are 4 million cars that are private, apparently. 4 million cars divided by 23 centers. That will be 173,913,000 cars per day if we divide that to 365 days. Ibig sabihin, kahit Sunday may test. Now, that will be about 476 cars per center every day, 476 cars. Now, if it's 30 minutes for every test of that 476 cars per center, that will be 14,294 minutes total for the 476 cars. For the 14,294 minutes divided by 60 minutes, that's 9.9 days. Just to, that's the logic. So, ibig sabihin, niro-roll out na ninyo itong proseso na ito with only 23 centers, which by the way, we don't even know how you had come up with giving licenses to those 23 centers. That's why I would like transparency here. Sino ang mga may-ari ng center na yan? Bakit sila nabigyan agad ng permit na magkaroon ng inspection center na wala pang regulasyon kayong nilalabas noong December 29 pa lang ninyo nilabas? So moving forward, be prepared with an answer for that. I want the listing of all the owners. Moving forward, I would like to give the floor now to our pro tempore Senator Ralph Recto. Senator Recto, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for calling this hearing today. And I'd like to thank all our resource persons as well. I think a lot has been said, Madam Chair, no, on why we should postpone the implementation of this program first, no? But let me add to what you said and to what others have already said, Madam Chair, no? As you have computed earlier, and I think the plan of the DOTR is to have 138 centers. Now, ilan ho ba ang vehicles na meron tayo, LTO ASEC Galvante? Hindi ho ba kulang-kulang mga 12 million yan? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you were to divide the 138 by roughly 12 million, mga 90,000 per testing center yan. Hindi ho ba?
Your Honor, pwede po bang linawin ko Madam Chair?
Sige, please, go ahead.
Yung pong 23, yan po ang initial na inauthorize mag-operate. Pero hindi po nangangahulugan, sila lang ang mag-test nung lahat ng vehicle. Kundi, na-mention ko po kanina, yung wala pang MBAC sa lugar, yung PETC po magpapatuloy na mag-operate.
No, we understand that. But your plan is 138 based on the documents you've submitted to the committee. Di ba? 138 lang ang bibigyan nyo ng pahintulot to operate And there are 12 million vehicles. So that's 90,000 per testing center. Di ba? Okay. Alam mo, unang-una, hindi maliwanag sa akin anong batas. What law, tell me, authorizes you to do this, to privatize these testing centers? Meron bang batas? Ang tingin ko dyan, overreach masyado yan I've read all the documents you've submitted and you've cited many EOs, many other laws na walang maliwanag doon. Why did you just come to Congress and if you had a problem as far as a budget is concerned, or halimbawa, realign natin for this purpose yung motor vehicle user charge para itayo itong mga government testing centers, di ba? Ba't di nila kayo pumunta ng Kongreso para sabihin sa atin to na kailangan natin ito? Kasi wala akong nakikitang batas na nagsasabi na binibigyan kayo ng kapangyarihan na i-privatize ninyo. At kung sakaling meron, hindi sa charter ninyo, kung hindi, dapat dumaan kayo ng NEDA. Now, yes, ASEC Galvante?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Ginawa po natin yon. Ito po ay present na nanghiip po tayo ng pondo. At in fact, hindi lang po sa Senado, kundi pati sa Road Board. Sabi ko nga po kanina, umaasa kami na, in fact, kahit na ngayon po, nagsasubmit kami para bigyan kami ng pondo. Kaya,
I do not recall you coming to Congress or to the Senate asking for a budget for this or to realign or to pass a law authorizing you to do this. Wala eh. Pinag-isipin lang ninyo to eh. Kayo-kayo lang ang gumawa nito. Ha? Oh, how did you come out with the number 138? Bakit 138 lang? Why not as many as possible para may competition? That is the beauty of going to the private sector also. You want to promote competition. Pero tignan nyo yung ginawa ninyo. Sinabi ninyo, 138 lang at ito ang presyo, 1,800. Ito pwede nyo singilin. At sinabi rin nyo, maganda rin, 2.5 years. Sinabi nyo kaninang this morning, no? That bababawi ninyo yung pera nyo in 2.5 years. Okay? Eh what about naman the vehicle owner? Di ang laki ng babayaran niya kung makakabawi yung pribado in 2.5 years. Why not open it up to so many people, everyone who wants to put up one, pwede para may competition, if at all. Gumagawa kayo ng monopolya sa mga lugar. O 138 centers lang. Katulad na sinabi kanina ng governor ng Mindoro. Doon ilan. At ito ang presyo na pwede nyo singil. Parang buwis yan. Ito ba may pahintulot ng Pangulo? Wala eh. Ang nagbibwis, yung mga halal ng taong bayan, ang Kongreso. Parang buwis to. Dahil hindi kayo makakakuha ng registration ng vehicle ninyo, hindi nyo marirehistro kung hindi kayo magbayad na to. At ang halaga nito ay parang doble. Almost yung motor vehicle user's charge. Di ba? So, we're doubling the cost to register vehicles. Who was the bright boy who said na you can charge 1,800? May committee ba kayo na pinag-isipan ninyo to? Tinanong niyo yung mga negosyante, paano yung mga road users?
Let's ask Senator Recto, I think Yusek Lopez should be able to answer this. He's in the accreditation committee.
Yes, Yusek Lopez.
Sino nga nag-isip ng presyo na 1,800?
At saka why 138?
And why 138?
Madam Chair, if I may lang.
Ano NEDA tungkol dito?
Madam Chair, if I may po, and to your honor, magandang umaga ulit po. For the number of 138 po, that was based on the study of LTO. But the Secretary of Department of Transportation, Secretary Tugade, recognizing that there's need for more test centers, he ordered po the issuance of a new DO, increasing the number of to another 209. So all in all po, mag-ano po yan ng 300 plus.
Okay lang yung where is that document na sinasabi dinadagdagan ng 209?
We're going to submit, Madam Chair, Your Honor, because we already published it
wala
as early as... Hindi, we published it already po. The second rollout of MVIS is on its way. I think the publication was done this January or December of last year po regarding the second batch.
But all the documents you've submitted to the Senate is 138. So ngayon, sinasabi ng Secretary, dagdagan pa natin ng 209. So there's an admission na half-baked pa rin lahat ito. Di ba? Again, why the number 209?
It was again based on the study of LTO, Madam Chair, Your Honors, vis-a-vis the number of...
You know, I have limited time, no? Why don't you just submit that study to the Senate?
We'll comply, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Did you ever go to NEDA with regard to this as well?
No, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, wala bang nag-advise sa inyo? Di ba when you increase fees, dumadaan kayo ng NEDA?
Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Yes. Di ba nasa batas yan?
Apo, Madam Chair, Your Honors po, with respect dun po nga sa fees, sinasabi nga po ni Ase Galvante the 1,800 or 1,500 for that matter, based on their public consultation po, no, it was actually the suggestion or a recommendation of during their meeting po with PPP Center, wherein as early as 2017 po, yun po yung nakita nilang paraan where we can do the inspection centers po, the inspection system of all the vehicles po. So po yun po yung pinagbasehan po natin, no? Pinagbasehan po ng DOTR at LTO sa numero po na doon po pagdating po sa fees po, no?
Ulitin ko yung tanong ko muna, ha? Dumaan ba kayo ng NEDA? Hindi ho ba nasa batas na pag nag-increase tayo ng fees, kailangan dumaan ng NEDA? For review? Meron prosesong ganyan kasi kung hindi, labo-labo lahat ng gobyerno, lahat ng ahensya pwede magtaas ng fees. Kaya may batas tayong ganyan. Kailangan dumaan ng NEDA. Okay, dumaan ba to sa NEDA? Hindi dumaan.
No, Madam Chair, Your Honor, ang pagkakaalam po.
Yes, yung public consultation na binabanggit nyo, sino kausap ninyo doon at kailangan ginawa to?
May I refer that matter, Madam Chair and Your Honor, to LTO po kasi they conducted the public consultation po.
Okay, with whom? Asek Galvante?
Asek Galvante, please respond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Consultation, sino
nagkaroon po yan sa, Madam Chair, Your Honors, nagkaroon po yan sa lahat ng region at dinirect po natin ang mga regional directors ng LTO na mag-conduct at inimbita po nila ang publiko dyan, yung mga may interest, yung mga group of motorists.
Ano yan? Interest na magtayo ng
hindi lang po.
Vehicle Inspection Center. Ano sabi ng mga motorista? Okay kami sa 1.8. Magkano binabayaran nila ngayon? Magkano binabayaran nila ngayon? Prior to this, for the inspection of their vehicle bago marehistro. Magkano? Pag dumaan sa LTO, libre?
Hindi po.
Magkano?
Meron silang
emission, magkano? 400.
Ang emission po ay 450 to 600, I think.
Ano
doon
pa?
po yan sa private
entities. Okay. Ano pa? Ano pa binabayaran
ang public utility po, public utility jeeps, halimbawa po, 90 pesos.
Okay.
At ang bus, 150.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so from 90 pesos sa jeep, magiging magkano ngayon?
300 po.
Ang jeep, so more than 300%
Public
increase.
utility. Public
Correct.
utility po is...
more than 300% increase nga. Payag sila during a pandemic, during your public hearings. Umayag sila. Okay? Okay. Yung motorsiklo, magkano binabayaran?
Sa ngayon po, doon sa MBIC, 600 po ang motorsiklo.
Magkano prior to that?
Mas
40
ang
pesos.
sa emission po ay mga ganun din po, mga 400 to 500 like that.
Ilan yung nagpaparehistro motor? Halos wala, di ba? Kasi exorbitant nga eh.
Senator Recto, madagdag ko lang po sa inyo, dapat dun sa kanilang condition, the proceedings of the accrediting committee, including its evaluation of the corrective action taken, shall be live streamed through the DOTR's Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube accounts.
Yes, I'm familiar.
So,
yes.
Nagawa ba?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, of these 12 million vehicles sa pag-aaral ninyo, ilan sa tingin nyo yung babagsak?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, wala po akong... Wala
diba,
akong...
mahigit kulang-kulang 12 billion vehicles sa pinag-uusapan natin dyan, no? Okay? Ilan sa tingin nyo ang babagsak dyan? May data ba kayo niyan ng pag-aaral ninyo? Ilan na magpapa-retest? Halimbawa, dahil, di ba may retest na presyo din kayo? Alam mo, the problem
Wala po akong...
is, oh yes, okay. The problem with this, Madam Chair, parang magandang, ito mga sinasabi ng iba, naririnig namin, parang magandang paghanap buhayan to. Yan ang katotohanan dito. Okay? It came like a thief in the night. Why did you not just consult? Okay, halimbawa, magkano collection ninyo sa LTO, sa Road Motor Vehicle Users Charge? How much do you collect in a year? At sino ba ang nagbabayad nito? Di ba middle class? Magkano nakokolekta ninyo sa isang taon? What, 20 billion? Mahigit?
Around that amount, Your Honor.
Okay. Magkano binabayaran ng motorista sa excise tax on vehicles? Another 20 billion.
Ang aming Your Honor, Madam Chair, ang nakakolekta lang po ng LTO is around that figure. Wala na pong karagdagan.
Para iko-kompleto natin yung kwento dito eh. Magkano binabayaran ng vehicle owner? At ito dinadagdagan ninyo eh. Masyado na malaki eh. Okay. Excise tax on vehicles, magkano binabayaran? More than 30 billion. Meron akong data dito eh. I'm very familiar with this eh. Okay? Ano pa? Road users tax, magkano? Kayong kumukolekta dito.
Yun lang po ang aming kinokolekta, Your Honor.
Magkano nga?
Around that yun nga po yung figure.
More or less, 25 billion. Di ba? Thereabouts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Magkano naman yung excise tax on petroleum sa gasolina?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, wala po kaming idea nun. Hindi po LTO.
Yes, I can send you the data. Daan bilyon. At sino nagbabayad dito? Hindi ho ba middle class? Ngayon, dagdag pa dito, yung mga toll road, na kaya nga may motor vehicle users tax eh. Pero may toll road din tayo. Okay din naman yan. So magkano lahat yan? Ngayon, dadagdag, and then ngayon during the pandemic, gagawa tayo ng panibago. Why don't you just come to Congress and tell us, uy, mas maganda for the safety of everyone. Yung kinokolekta natin road motor vehicle users charge, ilagay na lang natin ito for vehicle inspection. Eh di transparent, walang problema. Okay? Okay, just another item because marami magtatanong eh. Ito mga equipment na ginagamit ng Motor Vehicle Inspection Center, may accreditation ba yung mga supplier din? Asek Lopez, Asik Galvante, anyone can answer?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, if I may, sir. To answer directly po yung sa mga distributor natin, sir, no? It is not a requirement po sa AC namin for them to have the accreditation. What we did po kasi is that we don't accredit specific distributors, no, or specific equipment distributor. What we accredit is the center itself. What the LTO provided are the technical specs po, the general tech specs for the system. Then anyone po, any center, no, they have the free choice to go to the public, to the market, no, to basically exercise their due diligence and to check who among the distributors can comply with the tech specs as provided po by the LTO engineers, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
So LTO, what is that? What are the specifications? Please answer.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, meron pong ginawang pamantayan na magagawa ng isang brand ng equipment yung vehicle check na naka-provide sa motor vehicle inspection system ng LTO. At kung sa ano man pong brand ng equipment, kung saan man ito gawa, na kung makaka-comply po doon, is
pero ang
malayang
technical
pwede po silang
specifications,
patronize.
yes, galing sa inyo. Okay? So, magkano more or less ang landed cost sa mga equipment na ito?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't have any idea.
Huh?
Grabe.
We are talking about a program that you are administering, and we are asking you the questions, and you're not prepared to answer us? Ha? Sinasabi ninyo, pinag-aralan ninyo to. Oh, how much is the capitalization needed to put up one motor vehicle inspection center? Magkano?
If I may,
Ang
Your
kapital
Honor,
kailangan?
Senator,
Yes.
Senator, if I may, I am
Yes,
Inigo
please.
Larrazabal. I represent the Vehicle Owners Association. To answer your question po, different equipment po, different price ranges. It averages around 25 to 30 plus million pesos for the
25 to
equipment.
30 million. And these are based on the standards of the LTO.
When we invested, Your Honors, there were a couple of brands that we syempre po nag-kami kung saan mura ano yung pumapasa. Tingin naman ang papasa doon sa tech spec. Saan kami namili po. Pero yun po, and then yung sa construction po ng center, site development, umaabot ng mga 15 to depende po 15 to 18 million siguro po yung ano. All in all po, the total capitalization medyo umaabot po ng mga 50 million po mahigit.
50 million. Okay. Now, ito equipment saan ang gagaling naman?
Different brands po. Merong France, merong Italy, may I think may Korea. Iba-iba po. Iba-ibang, hindi ko masyado kabisado lahat po. Pero different brands po. Different countries po.
Ano yung ginagamit ninyo?
Sa center ko po, Italian po.
Italian. And where is your center?
Ormoc City po, Leyte.
In Leyte. Okay. And how many centers are there in Leyte?
There will be, currently there are two operating. One is in Ormoc, one is in Tacloban, the other one is in Southern Leyte, Maasin. Okay. We're a small province, sir.
Okay. But all of the vehicles there will have to go to your center in Ormoc?
No, sir. We are divided into areas of responsibility. So,
so may kanya-kanya kayong lugar, di ba, na you monopolize?
We are assigned, yes. We are assigned areas.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask Asek Galvante again, no? Or whoever the DOT are here. Halimbawa sa Batangas, ilan yung testing center ninyo? Ilan na nakaplano?
Senator Recto, I
Yes.
find your questions very constructive and informative. However, let me gently remind you,
Yes.
your time is almost up.
Let me end on this. Thank you very much. I do not wish to monopolize the time, and thank you for reminding me. But just last question. In the province of Batangas, how many do you plan to have?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, if I may. No,
Yes.
for the first batch po, no, 3 sites po sa Batangas. It would be Lipa City, Rosario, Lemery, and Calaca, Batangas. Then for the second batch po, there would be additional second batch po kasi let me just get the numbers.
The second batch you're talking about is the 209 na binabanggit nyo.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your
That's not part of the
Honors.
138, is that correct?
That's not part of the 138. For the
Correct.
138, Your Honor, Madam Chair, we have 3 sites for
I
region for
read
Batangas.
it. Okay, so why did you choose those areas?
Madam Chair, Your Honors po, no, yun pa yung sinasabi namin kanina, the choice po of the area no, kung saan po is based po sa pag-aaral ng ating LTO po, no, vis-a-vis the number of registered vehicles in that specific area at kung saan po yung mga district office. I think that was the basis for the LTO in allocating the areas and
Ako, I
for the
can tell
sites
you
po.
immediately, taga doon ako, mali ka agad eh. Naniniwala ko, tama sa Lipa, but why not in Batangas City? Why not start also in the cities if at all? Mas marami mga sasakyan doon to begin with. But that's the problem. Yun ang sinasabi ko. No? No, masyado maraming problema. And I promise to end, Madam Chair, no? And maybe later on, if we still have the time, I may continue because there's a lot of questions. But let me remind the DOTR or the LTO here also to submit all relevant documents with regard to this project, including your studies, to the Senate committee, including the business model that you presented, let's say, to the Motor Vehicle Industry Association or Inspector Center, di ba? Okay? At this point, I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair. I do have more questions, but I know that time is has run out and that there are many others who may want to ask questions. But I think it is clear, Madam Chair, and let our colleagues speak also. But it is clear that I think we should suspend the implementation of this program until we find a better way forward. Many of our local government units have spoken to. Maraming reklamo from the public. And again, let me remind everyone, ang laki na ng binabayaran ng middle class natin and during this time of pandemic. Dami nang nawalan ng trabaho. Yung may trabaho naman, nabawasan ng sweldo. We must create to lower income taxes, corporate taxes, reduce taxes by 1 trillion pesos. And here we are imposing additional burden to the motoring public, particularly to our middle class who are overburdened already. So having said that, I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and thank you for calling for this hearing. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, if I may be recognized, please. Good morning po.
Who's speaking?
Steve Pastor po from the Department of Transportation, Madam Chair.
Very quickly, because we will have Senator Drilon after you.
Yes, Madam Chair, very briefly po. No? If I may be allowed to continue po with the presentation earlier of ASEC Galvante with regard to the conduct of studies po as to the price of the MBIC po natin, o PMBICs po natin. If we will be allowed to share this.
Kanina, pinapapresent ko na kayo. Bakit hindi na ninyo sinabay kanina? Hindi pa kayo handa. Ngayon, nagkahabol kayo. How many minutes is your presentation?
Only a minute, Madam Chair, please, if I may be allowed.
With the indulgence of Senator Drilon, sir, are you
Go
okay?
ahead. Go ahead. Go
Sige.
ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead, ASEC Pastor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We conducted a comparative analysis po with the existing PMBIC operations po of other neighboring countries, particularly po with China, wherein the standard fees po is 285 Chinese yuan. So equivalent po ng 2,192 pesos.
But Madam Chair, just one comment on this slide, if I may. That's why
Go ahead, sir.
That's why I said earlier, dumaan ba sa NEDA to? Because when you make a presentation like this, you're not taking into consideration purchasing power parity.
Correct.
Okay? So that is not up your alley, DOTR. Pag purchasing power parity, iba yung mga numero na yan eh. We are a poorer country than Singapore, Japan, South Korea, and China. If you use purchasing power parity, those numbers will change dramatically. So you can present it that way. I just wanted to say that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
No, correct. Mr. Pastor, is this your presentation comparing us with other countries and how our fees are lower? I don't need that. Is that all you have to present to justify the costs?
We also have a presentation, Madam Chair, as to the practices observed by other countries with regard to emissions, with regard po to motor vehicle inspection systems, Madam Chair. At any rate, Madam Chair, we recognize po that this will be an additional cost to the motoring public. Pero we would like to emphasize, Madam Chair, also that we have been the victims po of road crashes for the longest time, and we can even po consider it as a silent pandemic. Hence, this is the response po sana of the department through the LTO to some of restore order po in our roads wherein we can.
Yeah, you know what, ASEC Pastor, we recognize the novelty of this, the intention. Pero the point nga, kung gusto ninyo to prevent crashes and all of that, sana inuna nga ninyo yung mga public vehicles, di ba? Dahil yun talagang wholesale, pag nagkaroon ng aksidente, yung mga bus, ang dami kaagad ang napipinsala. Kaya nga, taliwas ang inyong intensyon dun sa mga ginagawa ninyong aksyon. Kung totoo ngang taliwas, ha? Baka naman talagang ang iniisip ninyo yung kikita. Tsaka ang gobyerno walang balik sa pera nila dito. Pag nagbabayad ng tao, sa private sector lahat na pupunta. Ito bang mga kasunduan ninyo with the private sector? Are they supposed to pay the government any fees as part of their agreement to have inspection center? Meron bang binabayaran dyan? Wala.
If I may be able to clarify, Madam Chair, no? Opo, for the private motor vehicle inspection system po, our public utility jeepneys po are included for the testing po dito. Dito naman po sa ating mga centers, meron po silang annual fee, Madam Chair. If I recall correctly po, I think it's 100,000 pesos po per annum. Per ano po.
100,000 pesos lang ang kanilang babayaran sa gobyerno. Ay nako. Anyway, let's go ahead already with the questions of Senator Drilon. I'm sorry, but you still fail to convince us, ASEC Pastor. And I think that we are all unanimous here that we need to really suspend this and just go to the the emissions testing that we have currently. Go ahead, Senator Drilon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, for the last 2 hours of this hearing, on the basis of the answers to the questions raised by our colleagues, on the basis of the opinions expressed, I think there is sufficient basis for this committee to urge the LTO and the DOTR to suspend the motor vehicles inspection system. I repeat, on the basis of the answers, the policy issues, there is sufficient basis to suspend. Let me add my voice to support this call for suspension, and I will point out the lack of any legal basis. And in fact, this could be contrary to law, what the LTO and the DOTR are doing. Senator Recto asked a very pointed question, which I will pursue. He asked, what law authorizes the motor vehicle inspection system? From my quick research, there is none, Senator Recto. This is authorized under LTO Memorandum Circulars number 2020-2240 and LTO Memorandum Circular 2018-2158. So my first question is, on what basis which law would allow you to conduct the motor vehicle inspection system?
Madam Chair, if I may, si Attorney Reina Riebra po, USEC for Legal from DOTR.
Ano ka, USEC?
For Legal Affairs po, Madam Chair.
Legal Affairs of DOTR.
Yes, Attorney Riebra.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Attorney Riebra.
Madam Chair, to respectfully respond po dun sa question ni Senator Drilon, the basis that we use for this program are the following. Number one, we have the Land Transportation and Traffic Code under Republic Act 4136, wherein meron pong requirement na before mag-register, we have to make sure that the vehicles to be registered are safe and roadworthy. And then we also have executive order
With all due respect, may I interject? I've read that over and over again, section 5 and 6. There is no mention at any point of inspection.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Marcos.
Yes, Madam Chair. Apart from the Land Transportation Code, there's the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999 or Republic Act 8749, wherein the DOTR or then DOTC and LTO are authorized to conduct testing of vehicles using the Motor Vehicle Inspection Station, which are duly authorized and accredited under RA 7394 or otherwise known as the Consumer Act of the Philippines. And then, apart from that, we have Executive Order number 125, where the DOTR are authorized to call upon any public or private agency organization to implement its policies and programs and to assist the government, among which is the inspection and registration of the vehicles to be used for land transportation. And as mentioned earlier, there's also the memorandum order, but of course this was issued during 1986, where registration or mandatory vehicle inspection became a requisite for pre-registration. So all in all, Madam Chair, these guidelines, these legal issuances, were used as basis for the proposed program and policy. And we were hoping that this would sufficiently support the intended program. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paul.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, Undersecretary Yebra. First, as pointed out by Senator Marcos, there is no mention of inspection in Republic Act 4136, and then you mentioned the Clean Air Act. It refers to pollution, and you have a specific activity for that. That's why you charge a separate fee for that. There is an inspection done specifically to comply with the Clean Air Act, not the motor vehicles. But okay, would you admit and agree that Undersecretary Yerba, that this is in exercise of the police power of the state in order to regulate conduct in our public works and for public order? Would you agree with that? This is part of the police power of the state.
For purposes of discussion, yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Yes, it being part of the police power of the state, that police power can only be exercised by a specific act of Congress. That's a principle. Would you deny that?
I'm not denying, Madam Chair, that the police power is specifically exercised by Congress, but may be delegated.
That's correct, but may be delegated. Now, so you're saying that it is delegated to the LTO. Is that what we're saying, Yusek Yebra?
Madam Chair, based on the laws that we studied, the Department of Transportation and the LTO were mandated to conduct vehicle inspections. We were just following the law, Madam Chair.
Okay. Can you delegate a delegated power? Specifically, can you delegate to the private sector the performance of this police power to regulate behavior and motor vehicles motor vehicles use? Can you delegate? Can the DOTR and LTO delegate that delegated power? Especially that you delegate it to the so-called to the private testing centers?
Madam Chair, following the principle of non-further delegation, it appears that there should be no further delegation. However, we have been authorized to call upon private agencies, public or private agencies, to assist us.
No,
but not to charge.
not to charge. And I think you're trying to stretch the argument, especially in this case, that you are delegating a delegated power to the private sector for a fee. In fact, you could not cite any specific law which authorizes you to do the motor vehicle inspection service. But okay, prescinding from that,
Senator Senator
yes,
Giron, if I may.
Yes.
Go ahead, Senator Marcos.
Yusek Yebra, as a bar top-notcher, is making a valiant defense for DOTR, and we commend him for the effort. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Senator.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, I forgot my train of thought, but it's okay. So having so there is really an issue here, and I strongly believe that it is because of this. The additional legal lack of legal basis is a valid basis for suspending it in the meantime. Now, okay, so you say that this is a delegated power. So why is it so the LTO can exercise it itself? In other words, the test can be conducted by the LTO.
Yes, Madam Chair, they were authorized to conduct it po.
All right, now. So, and in fact, you have tried to implement this delegated power, or have you ever tried to get a budget for this?
Madam Chair, may I respectfully request permission to pass the question to Asset Galvante as the more competent speaker to answer that question.
Okay.
Yes.
Asset Galvante, please respond.
Yes, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. As I mentioned earlier, that LTO requested the road board and submitted a budget, proposed budget. However, this was not considered, Your Honor.
Well, I do not know where you got your budget, but you have assigned to PITC 700 million pesos for the purchase of 25 containerized motor vehicle inspection facility. Would you confirm this?
Your Honor, it's not LTO that assigned this. However, the funds were not with LTO yet, Your Honor.
Who made this? Who transferred these funds? This is for the purchase of 25 containerized mobile vehicle inspection facility.
I understand, Your Honor. This was PITC was requested to do the bidding of this purchase of the mobile inspection system, Your Honor.
Obviously, and you transferred the funds to PITC.
It's not LTO, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was not LTO because it was not...
Who did?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, if I may. Banoy Lopez po of the OTR, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Yes, please answer.
For the OTR.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair, there was a memorandum of agreement between the OTR and PITC, wherein PITC was tapped as a procuring agent for the OTR LTO for the mobile vehicle inspection system. And part of the agreement, Madam Chair, is for the transfer of the funds to PITC po for the procurement of the MVIS po. Unfortunately, there was a failure of bidding. That's why we immediately ordered also the transfer of the fund from PITC to the National Treasury, Your Honor.
When was the transfer to the PITC made?
It was made around, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, 2017, 2018.
2017. Most of the transfers were done in 2017 among the other agencies. And 2017 happened to be the first year of the term of the present head. But in any case, it has been there for the last at least 3 or 4 years, or 2 or 3 years.
No, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Right after the failure of bidding, Madam Chair, the Secretary of Transportation made it sure that because of the failure of bidding, we asked PITC to revert the money to the National Treasury. So if I'm not mistaken, Madam Chair, the records would bear that it's also in 2017, 2018 that the money supposedly for procurement was reverted to National Treasury, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, so can we have that documentation that indeed it was reverted?
We'll comply, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So yeah, okay. So just talking about the motor vehicles users tax which Senator Rector raised. Is it correct that there is 11 billion in MVUC taxes collected lying in the coffers of the LTO, not remitted to the National Treasury?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, I'm sorry, I don't have that figure. LTO is not keeping any fund, Your Honor. All the collections by the LTO is immediately turned over to the National Treasury.
Can you check that, Secretary Galvante? Because my review of the document showed that there is 11 billion lying in the coffers of of the LTO, which could be remitted to the National Treasury, especially at this time when the national coffers would need every function. Now, again, going back to the delegation to the private sector, this is, let me emphasize, that this service, the Motor Vehicles Inspection Service, is an exercise of a regulatory function. Would you agree with that, Attorney Yerba?
Yes, Madam Chair. Opo.
Now, can you delegate a regulatory function of the government to the private sector?
Madam Chair, if we follow the EO 125, we can call on them to assist us. So we're stretching.
EO 125 is not a legislative enactment.
At the time,
yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, at the time it was issued, I think it was during the time of President Aquino. So it had the nature of a legislative.
But can you really delegate a regulatory function to a private sector, to the private sector?
But Madam Chair, if I may, I think it has been done in the past where we partnered with the private sector to perform certain regulatory functions. If I may just be given time.
Like what?
If I may just be given
delegate
time.
Would be service. The government service may be delegated to the private sector. Let the private sector perform the service. But this one is not a service. It is a regulation. And in fact, there is in effect a tax paid because the revenue generated because of the fees collected. So that's the question. Can you can you delegate to the private sector, as you are doing now, the performance of a regulatory function? Because if your answer is yes, then can we delegate the functions of the Philippine National Police? Because that also regulates the conduct of people.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, if I may I be heard, Madam Chair, just to also expound.
Go ahead.
With the
if you're
permission.
answering the question of Senator Drilon.
Yes. Opo, I will try to answer the question of Senator Drilon, Madam Chair. Opo, what we are delegating, so to speak, to our centers right now is the testing. The regulation stays with the LTO. It's the same manner po that we do with PETCs. We delegate to them the testing of the smoke emission, but we regulate through LTO po. That's our understanding po, and that's what we did po.
Yes, we respectfully disagree with that, and at the very least, there is doubt as to your ability to do this, because to me, this is a regulatory function of government, which you are now delegating to the private sector for a fee. But okay, that is just the point I would want to put on record in order to add arguments in favor of suspending these LTOs, these regulations, which to me appears to be of doubtful legal and constitutional validity, and therefore, apart from those very valid points raised earlier on the policy issues, on this practice, the legal and constitutional issues, we should also provide a basis for the immediate suspension of this regulation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Right on time.
Madam Chair,
to our
just
minority leader.
Yeah, one last
Senator
sentence.
Recto, after you, it would be now Senator Soto.
Yes.
But go ahead, sir.
Yes, just a manifestation, no? And to add on to what Senator Drilon said and to what I was mentioning earlier. To me, it is like taxation also without representation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I agree, because without the proper consultation as well. Thank you, Senator Recto. Senator, very quick manifestation. Attorney Sia, do you have a comment with regards to our discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning to all our members.
We can't hear you.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and to the members of the committee. Good morning. In addition to, I would like to.
Malabo pa rin. Alam mo, malayo ka sa ano mo. Maybe later on, we'll just go back to you. Senator Soto is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I will probably not no longer ask any questions. I would just like to make a manifestation. First, the more important points are being taken up. That's good, very valid. There is really a crux that really gets my ire. And this is the manifestation that I would just like to make to the LTO/DOTR. As probably some of you know, General Galvante is a personal friend of mine, and I've known him for some time. As a matter of fact, and my manifestations has something to do with that. Even during the time that I was with him in the Dangerous Drugs Board, you know, the people who work with us, consider him as, sabi nga, ano ro yan, akala niya nasa PMA pa siya. Dahil masyadong stricto. Ano? Same goes with our Sergeant at Arms now, General Samonte. Maraming naiinis sapagkat sobra higpit. Akala kadete pa siya. Ano? Okay, that's fine. But now, what is the point that I'm trying to drive at? Itong mga binibigyan nyo ng roadworthiness, ano, okay, may problema sa mga public utility vehicles, you're in the private vehicles. Yung pong inyong mga utility vehicles, especially mga trucks, mga buses, mga cargo trucks, time and again, one time or another, nabigyan niya ng na-rehistro, nagkaroon ng pagkakataon niya na ma-rehistro, kaya sila merong nagagamit nila yan. Ang suggestion ko, General Galvante, Egay, pag meron sumabit, last 2 weeks ago, may nakamatay, yung nagbigay ng certificate doon, sibakin mo na agad. Ganon yun. Yung private company na nagbibigay ng, yung nag-i-inspect, nakamatay. Ang dahilan, walang preno, o nagloko yung makina, or sibakin nyo agad. Tanggalin nyo na agad yun. Hindi pwede yung ganyan. It really bothers me. Yan ang pinakamabigat sa akin. Secondary pa lahat yung mga issues na pinag-uusapan natin. Ang busit na busit ako, yung nakakamatay ay nahayaan ninyong nasa kalsada. Yun ang punto ko. Alright, Madam Chairperson, I think that is my unsolicited advice to the DOTR/LTO. Thank you very much.
SP Soto, siguro pag sinibak yan, baka walang matira eh. Kaya nga siguro...
palitan.
Talagang
palitan. Madali yun. Sibakin, palitan. Nagloko uli, palitan. Ganun lang kadali eh. Sige ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, it's supposed to be Senator Marcos, but we have the majority leader logged in also. So, are you okay for Senator Marcos to go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm here to listen in, and I'm listening intently. We can have ladies first. Senator Aimee, you can go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Zubiri Armajo. I just wanted to know what's the great compelling reason that the DOTR suddenly decided to re-implement this MVIS. Was there a real reason? Kasi ang tagal-tagal naman, August 2018, relax, walang masyado nangyayari. May nangyari bang matinding-matindi na kinakailangan ninyo mag-re-implement out of the blue?
If I may, Madam Chair, please.
Yes.
Opo. Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. We would like to address na po yung time and again nga po na nabanggit ko yung what we consider as a silent pandemic yung patuloy po na road crashes sa ating mga lansangan.
There was no steep increase in road accidents. Yung increase, in fact, nasa bus at sa public transport, if at all. Pero more or less, pareho. In fact, wala ngang aksidente kasi wala ngang tumatakbo noong 2020 eh. Bakit nagpupumiglas kayo ng December? Halos walang tao sa kalye eh.
If I may, Madam Chair, in Metro Manila po, for 2019, we have set a record high of 121,771 road crashes based on the data from the Metro Manila Development Authority. So this equates po to an average of 344 cases per day, which is the highest po in the history of the country.
But previous to that, it was not far away in 2018. Halos ganun din eh.
Your Honor, yun nga po, we would like to already address the issues po on roadworthiness po. No? Madalas po nating...
Pero inupuan naman ninyo ng 2018, tagal-tagal, 2019. Bakit biglaan, bago magpasko ng 2020, nag-fundraising kayo nito?
Well, Madam Chair, if I may be allowed, as early as 2017 po, there are initiatives from the Department of Transportation and LTO po para nga po magkaroon na itong roadworthiness check po natin, katulad po nung nabanggit kanina ng mga kasamahan ko po, na meron pong funding for PITC to procure certain MVIS units, kaya lang po it became a failure. Hence,
yes,
we had to...
Senator Drilon said, if you have that kind of money and 11 billion burning a hole in your pocket, ano ba naman yung 25 million kada MVIC?
As to the 11 billion, Your Honor, Madam Chair, I don't think that that is within the coffers of LTO.
So there was no specific reason. Basta out of the blue, biglang after 2017, 2018, 2019, na-desisyonan lang ninyo na it's time. In December 2010, ngayon na. Parang ganon?
Hindi po, Madam Chair, if we can clarify po, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Matagal na po itong inisyatibo ng Department of Transportation na matapos na po yung ating problema po dito sa roadworthiness. Dahil patuloy po itong nagiging laman ng ating mga balita, kung kaya't gusto po sana natin magkaroon na po ng tuldok dito na magkaroon po ng roadworthiness na po.
Tayo, pero hindi ba ninyo inisip nung sabi ninyo nagkukonsulta kayo ng stakeholders, pero parang nagiging bad habit na hindi kayo nagkukonsulta eh. Wala ba sa inyo nag-isip na may possible growing pains na masasaktan yung middle class kasi nawalan na nga ng trabaho, na pandemya na nga, na bagyo na nga, kung ano-ano na nangyari, biglang magtataas kayo ng presyo at mga requirement ng ganito?
Madam Chair, if I may be allowed po, nabanggit po kanina ni Asek Galvante na nagkaroon po sila ng public consultation para po i-implement itong programa na ito. At para naman po sa pananaw namin, binabalanse po natin dito yung pangangailangan po, hindi lamang ng ating mga kababayan, but also yung ligtas po na mode of transportation, or even para po makaiwas na po tayo sa mga aksidente, kung kaya't ito po ang aming tinutulak. Katulad po ng nabanggit ko, ito pong
nakakatuwa lang kasi sabi
data
mo
po natin ng yung data po natin sa accidents are considered a pandemic already po.
Yes, Asek, nakakatuwa lang kasi sabi mo nga 2017 pa pinag-iisipan na to, yung memo lumabas 2018. Tapos biglang nagpupumiglas kayo sa gitna ng pandemya na tapusin after so many years. Mag for 4 years na inaantayan, di naman ninyo ginagawa, bakit bigla kayo nagmamadali? Maraming report nabanggit kanina.
Madam Chair.
Hindi naman, if I may be allowed, Madam Chair, hindi naman po sa nagmamadali, Madam Chair, Your Honor. But yung sa amin po kasi, even if we are kahit nasa gitna po tayo ng pandemya ngayon, alam po namin na patuloy pa rin pong nangyayari itong aksidente na ito, kung kaya't maigi po sana ma-address po natin ito sa pinakamabilis.
Yung mga aksidente ng 2020, kakarampot, paano walang tao sa kalye?
For
Madam
2020, Yeah,
If
go
I
ahead,
may,
Dr.
Madam
Paulabis.
Chair po, opo, Your Honors, Madam Chair, with your permission, your kind indulgence po. Now, let me just state something po for better.
Alam po ninyo, nag-road safety summit nung governor ako yung RPOC, nagbibilang po kami niyan eh. At konti lang sa Northern Luzon, sa highway, sa Central Luzon. Ilan lang eh, paano wala naman dumadaloy na traffic?
Tama po, Madam Chair. No? We agree po sa inyo. Gusto ko...
Nung humina pa yung traffic, nabawasan yung aksidente, tsaka pa kayo nagpumiglas na magkaroon nitong MBIC.
Madam Chair, if I may lang po, no, ganito po, no, as early as 2018 po, no, December of 2018.
Ulit na natin sinabi yan. Sabi nga niya kanina, 27 na nga yung pangungusap niyan. Okay, yun nga lang, kaya lang out of the blue, nagulat naman kami December 2020. Maiba yung paksya. May reports na yung mga kotse daw na pumapasok, sabi nga ni Governor at saka si Vice Mayor Ortega, the cars are being damaged during the MVIS due to mistakes of the operators. What are the guidelines dun sa mga nadadamage? Kasi ang balita nasisira pa daw eh. Kung minsan yung pa daw yung reason kung bakit pabalik-balik ma-inspect. Dinamage pa nung mismong inspektor. Wala ba kayong report na ganyan? Kasi kami nababalitaan namin yan dito eh. Madam Chair, they don't seem to have any data, but I would just like to manifest the curiosity of the separate inspection fee allowed for miscellaneous transactions. Ito for modification, for change engine. But yung pinakamalupit po, meron ba naman additional fee pag i-inspect yung recovered carnap vehicle? Nakakatuwa eh, na-carnap ka na, may additional fee ka pa kasi mag-i-inspection ka pa ulit. Tama ba yun? Makatarungan ba yan? Is that correct, that in the miscellaneous transactions, among those are the inspection for recovered carnap?
Let me remind,
Is that yung binigay niyo sa amin?
Senator
Madam
Marcos,
Senator, if I may.
Please
Senator,
just
this is Inigo.
answer directly because we really have limited time and we still have two other topics.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may answer that. Ma'am, regarding po sa miscellaneous transactions, we do not test those in our centers. We only test vehicles for registered renewal po.
But it's contained po in the guidelines. Yung guidelines.
I'm not. I am familiar with the latest guidelines po, but that was, if I'm not mistaken po, that's the original guidelines. But on the implemented guidelines now that we are following, we are not allowed to do that. We have been in operation for a month, and that was cleared already po.
Thank you, but that was what was submitted to the committee, so I'd like clarification on that. And lastly, I'd like to bring up the topic of the 8 million motorcycle owners. Dahil pinag-uusapan natin yung middle class, kanina yung 4 million na may-ari ng kotse. E paano naman yung 8 million na motorcycle owners? Ilan ba doon ang registered? Kasi ito yung mahihirap na talaga. At mas malupit ito kasi yung inspection nila every year, hindi siya 3 years, kundi taon-taon talaga. Ilan bang registered doon sa 18 million na alam natin may mga motor?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, Asikel Bante here. If I may respond to that, Your Honor,
Go ahead,
around
Yes, please.
7.3 million ang registered motorcycle. Yung pong sinasabing mga 18 million, yan po ang report namin. Pino-project namin by 2022 na maaaring ganyan po ang karami ng motorcycle. Kaya yan po ang pinaghahandaan namin sa paggawa po ng plaka na tutumbas doon sa ganong number of motorcycle. At kaya nga po pinaghahandaan namin. Projection po yung 18 million.
Okay.
Teka, so yung mga, I'm sorry to interject, Senator Amy. Just for clarification, the tests now don't include yet motorcycles, right?
Kasama na po ang motorcycle sa
They're
testing.
included in the
katulad,
guidelines
kung may
submitted.
dagdag ko po sana, ang inspection po ng four-wheel vehicle saka motorcycle, pareho pong every year.
Every year. Not
Basta ang public vehicle hindi pa kasama, pero ang motorsiklo kasama na.
Kasama na rin po ang public vehicle, except yung mas mabigat po sa 4,500. Hindi pa po dumadaan sa PMBIC ito kasi po yung capacity ng present PMBIC hindi po kakayanin yung ganong kabigat. Yung lampas sa 4,000.
Kailan magiging ready yan?
Kaya nga po yun ang minamadali po na mailabas yung guidelines para yung pong pang heavy vehicle or medium vehicle mailabas na rin po at makapag-construct na po.
Nag-approve na kayo ng mga centers na hindi pa naman pala capable para dito sa mga heavy type transportation. So anyway, sige, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
With the permission,
Senator Marcos,
Senator
with the
authorized na kasi sila to connect 600 for the inspection of motorcycles and tricycles plus 300 for re-inspection na paulit-ulit. Halos nagdoble o triple sa dati. Taon-taon ito ang pagkaintindi nga ng kotse every 3 years. Kahit brand new, magpapa-inspect. Tama ba yun? Kasi sa ibang bansa, kapag brand new, at least may leeway ka 1 year, 2 years. Pag sasakyan sa Europe, 3 years. Ito, taon-taon yung motor at napakataas. So sasabihin ko lang, kung yung mga namamasada, na arawan lang ang kinikita, talagang habal-habal, kurong-kurong. Talagang kawawa lahat yan. Yan, poorest of the poor na hindi na natin masasabi. So,
Senator Marcos, with your indulgence, ma'am, Senator Nancy just has a quick interjection.
Yes, thank you, Sen Aimee. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Hindi, tatanong ko lang kasi katulad nga dun sa ni-raise ni Senate President Soto, napaka-importante na unang ma-inspect itong mga bus tsaka mga heavy na vehicles kasi sila nga yung prone to accident. So since hindi pa sila covered dun sa PMVIC, sino nag-i-inspect ngayon ng roadworthiness nila? Or there's no such inspection?
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Go ahead.
Yung patuloy pong dating sistema na dadaan po sila for emission sa PETC at yung visual or ocular inspection na ginagawa ng LTO, yun po nagpapatuloy habang wala po yung PMBIC.
Okay, so yung LTO ang nag-i-inspect. Tama po ba? So yung suggestion ho ni Senate President na tanggalan, ang tatanggalan ho natin ng LTO. Dahil apparently dun sa mga truck at mga bus ngayon na nai-involve sa mga aksidente, LTO ho pala ang nag-i-inspect ng roadworthiness. Tama po ba?
Bumalik sa LTO.
Tama po ba, Asa Galvante? Kasi di ba yun yung ni-raise kanina ni Senate President, yung suggestion niya?
Kung yun po magiging pamantayan, ganun po talaga ang mangyayari.
Okay, balik na tayo kay Senator.
Thank you, Sen Grace.
Thanks, Nance. And Madam Chair, one final manifestation, no more questions lang po. I'd just like to put a final conclusion, at least my own conclusion with regard to the legal basis. And I think that in addition, this is really the usurpation of this chamber's legislative authority. What has been delegated cannot be redelegated, certainly not to the private sector. Despite the valiant effort of Yusek Yerba, the Republic Act 4136 was in 1964 and made no mention from sections 5 and 6 of any inspection whatsoever. So it is non-existent and requires a law because you specifically mentioned the Clean Air Act. And it is explicit in the Clean Air Act that the PETCs be given power. And this is limited only to pollutants and emissions. thirdly, it should be noted that the Executive Order 125, I think you quoted, merely stated, as it is frequently stated, that the department and government could call on assistance from the private sector. Said assistance is not the delegation or what is tantamount to a franchise to the NBIS. So this is my manifestation, and I feel that there can be no further reason for the imposition of an undue burden of a new tax of franchises without any hearing or consultation with the legislative. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Senator Zubiri, do you have a few questions before we go to, I believe it's Senator Gatchalian next?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. More of a manifestation. We just really have to find a balance between what is safe for the people on the ground in terms of safety of motor vehicles, as well as the price that's affordable to the people. Na hindi hold up, ika nga ang nangyari na biglaan ito eh. Imagine you have already the motor vehicle users tax, and then papatulan mo pa ng ganitong klaseng inspection rates, no, for their vehicles. Ay hirap na hirap talaga ang taong bayan. And of course, another issue there is also accessibility. Dahil yung kami sa Mindanao, medyo malayo-layo. And as you can see, I'm in the middle, I'm in Bukidnon, no? Medyo malayo po kami sa urban centers. Siyempre, ang hirap na hirap po yung ating mga kababayan para mapa-inspect nila yung mga vehicles na ito all over Mindanao. So that's the direct complaint that I get also from my Facebook page and from messages to me na hirap po yung taong bayan sa ganitong patakaran na wala talagang masyadong public consultation. So I'm with the chairperson, I'm with my colleagues in finding a solution to that. But I agree that there should be some sort of inspection, hopefully, as Ralph had said earlier, Senator Greco, na baka pwede government facilities po ito under the LTO and the LTO offices all over the country. Because as what our Senate President has said, marami po aksidente, and it happens also here in Mindanao where you have trucks that are they're missing lights. We have trucks flying the road na walang rear red lights, no? And kulang sa headlights. Minsan may mga truck, may mga jeepney dito sa Mindanao na isa lang ang headlight. So akala nyo po siya ay motorsiklo. So when you're actually going close to that light, you realize that it's a truck or it is a jeepney, and yet it flies the major national highways of our country. So it's the balance, it's a delicate balance, and I support the committee on trying to find a way to do it through legislation, through a resolution, through funding support to the LTO, to the DOTR, on how we can improve their services. Ako, I'm a believer in consensus building. Alam niyo naman po ako, chairperson, I try to look for solutions rather than focus on the problem always. So we try to work with government on trying to find a solution for this. Lalo na itong additional fees para sa ating mga kababayan dahil hirap na sila. I'd like to also make a comment. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa LTO sa pagsantabi, no? Ang implementation itong ating Republic Act 11229, which is the child restraint system, dahil kailangan pa natin po i-consult ang ating mga kababayan, try to find the best solution for that dahil nabigla po ating mga kababayan in this time of pandemic. Hirap na sila. To add about 2,000 to 3,000 pesos per child restraint system is really very difficult. It affects the lower middle income families, the lower middle class families. Sila ang nahihirapan dito. Walang problema yung mayaman. Agad-agad ilalabas nila credit card. They can buy a child restraint system at any time. But our poor brothers and sisters who are daily wage earners, alam ni Senator Joel Villanueva yan, hirap na hirap po sila. Being chairman of the Committee on Labor, he knows that an additional 2,000 per person for their children and per vehicle is mabigat sa kanila yan. they're trying to make ends meet now, especially with these high inflation rates and high expenses in buying food and other basic services. So I laud the LTO, but we eventually have to come up with a win-win solution on that. Batas po yan, we'll have to implement it. But I laud their plan to suspend implementation for the meantime until we can come up with a win-win solution acceptable sa ating publiko. Lalo-lalo na may tanong nga sa akin si Senator Villanueva one time, sabi niya sa akin, paano naman yung public vehicles? Di ba? Lalagyan mo ng child restraint nga lahat ng mga sasakyan, lalo na yung mga middle-income vehicles, these small vehicles. How about the public utility vehicles? We also have to have safe seats for the children there. And I agree with him. So it has to be retooled, replanned, and of course, what is important is consensus from the public. Yung napakagandang public consultation na dapat nating gawin. Nakasama po lahat. So yun lamang po, Madam Chair. May tanong lang, natapos na ba po yung child restraint system discussions?
No, actually, Senator Zubiri, that's going to be next. So we are trying to limit ourselves to the topic at hand.
My manifestation is all-encompassing for the rest of the topics that will be discussed. Yun lang, Madam Chair, I'm very supportive, Madam Chairperson, on your committee's hearing today and whatever discussions that will come out. And of course, whatever you decide in terms of solutions, we will be with you 100%, Madam Chairperson. Maraming salamat po. Sa ating mga sa gobyerno, maraming salamat po. Remember that this time of pandemic, our people need respite from all these expenses, not only from the COVID-19, but also the high cost of living that is affecting everybody now. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Before we go to Senator Gatchalian, I would just like to state, it's not always bad to have a public-private partnership or actually to have the private sector run something. As we've seen with the MRT run by the government, although it has improved, of course, during the past, there was really a problem with government running it. And now, we've also seen that private sector running the Mactan Airport is better. We just granted the franchise for the San Miguel Aero City because they've come up with a better plan in building an airport and in running it. But the problem is here, I don't think this has gone through an actual bidding for the private sector to be involved. That's also one of the contentions in this discussion. Bakit sila yung napili? Meron ngang terms na dapat nilang isubmit, pero wala namang active bidding. At ano ba yung track record nila? So anyway, I just wanted to manifest that also. Before we go to Senator Gatchalian, kanina ko pa nakikita si Attorney Sia. I hope your audio is better, otherwise I'll have to cut you off. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, good morning. Good noon, yes. Kami po sa Road Safety Advocate, ang basis po namin kung bakit ayaw namin itong...
I'm sorry, Attorney Sia, hindi pa rin eh. So, Senator Gatchalian, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, naka-mute ka.
We can't hear you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Okay. We already have. Is Senator Gatchalian present? Okay, no. Senator Revilla? Senator Pimentel? Senator Binay is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alam ko medyo gahol na tayo sa panahon. And then I can see dun sa chat box, may mga resource person tayo who would like to make a presentation. So I would yield my time dun sa VICOAP, kay Professor Hamon, and to the motorcycle group for them to make their presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Nancy. I was hoping somebody would say that. Professor Hamon, you may go ahead with your very short presentation, please.
Yes. You see me? Yeah, do you hear me already? Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. This is Professor Hamon, and I speak in behalf of MOVE Metro Manila. It's going to be a short statement, just to say that I support all that our senators had said in relation to suspending the implementation. It is fairly without guidelines, and preparation is social preparation is obviously missing. The Department of Transportation maybe should know that these are misplaced priorities at the moment, given the pandemic, as has been underscored by our senators. And congratulations for all the help our senators had done. And therefore, what I think the DOTR should really focus on are energies and resources on improving people's mobility options, specifically increasing public transport supply and providing for active transport like infrastructure or bike lanes. In closing, may I openly suggest that, and of course, we thank the Senate for all of these discussions and for being the check and balance to our executive for looking into the issues at hand. May we therefore urgently want to have this august body to also look into the status of the 814 million bike lane network funds, that have been allocated for the MMDA. We are grateful for the hard work of the Senate, including active transport in Bayanihan too. And we fervently hope that your intention to help millions of commuters to have safe bike commuting options will be honored by the Metro Manila Development Authority. So I think the focus should be on active transport, and ilan lang po ba ang nagbe-benefit pag dito sa, even in this issue we're talking about, 12% motor vehicle users of our household population, while policies on active transport will benefit 88% of those who don't own cars but have many mobility needs as well. Thank you very much. Marami pong salamat at congratulations po sa inyong lahat. Napakagaling niyo po.
Well, sino po yung magaling, Professor Hamon?
Ang ating mga senador na pinag-aaralang mabuti ang issue at tinatagalog pa at gutom na tayong lahat, nandyan pa rin kayo. So mabuhay po kayo. Paki-check lang po talaga yung ating mga na-allocate na pera. Imagine 814 million. Anong nangyari doon? Di ba? So sama-sama po tayo. Po, marami pong salamat.
Salamat sa inyong moral support. Totoo pong nakaka-consume na itong hearing na to. Maybe we can ask, sino po yung isa, Senator Nancy? Yung isang gusto
Madam Chair, si Mr. Larazabal, I think they have a presentation.
Yes, okay, Mr. Larazabal, go ahead, please.
Thank you,
in the fairness of equality and balance. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. We've submitted po a presentation to the Secretariat, to the Senate, so we may request have it played po. We do not have control over the Zoom meeting, but we sent a short presentation, a short video clip.
How many minutes, sir?
I think it's about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Would the Secretariat be able to upload that? In the meantime that we are waiting for it, Attorney Sia, is your mic better now?
Yes. Good noon.
Ay, salamat. Yay. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, kami po sa Road Safety Advocate po from Eagles po. Ito po napansin namin. Ang causes of accident, which is mini-mention kanina ng DOTR, ng LTO, ay makikita natin puro reckless driving. Kung mayroon pong unworthy cars, ito po yung mga heavy vehicles o yung tinatawag mga dump truck, wing vans, kung saan po sila ngayon ang exempted doon po sa tinatawag nilang PMBIC. So salungat doon sa sagot, yung ginagawa po ngayon ng DOTR LTO. Ang causes of accident, ito po. Mismo yung MMDA kasama yung DOTR LTO dyan sa Maynila noong September 2020, nagkaroon sila ng dialogue, nakita nila itong mga problema. So ngayon nag-implement sila, ang layo ng sagot doon sa ginawa nila. Nakita nila yung under influence of alcohol, nakita nila yung reckless driving which is of overtaking. Tapos nakita din nila yung mga U-turn na violation. Tapos ang dami pa itong mga walang helmet. So ang layo doon sa unworthy cars, wala pa po tayong nakita na motorcycle na umiwala yung gulong o nawala ng preno. Wala pa po tayong nakita itong mga four wheels na nakikita SUV, binibili natin sa mga kasa na nawala yung gulong o yung preno, nawala ng preno. Ang kadalasan natin nakikita sa daan, itong mga wing van o dump truck na nawawalaan ng preno or na humiwala yung gulong, maraming nasasaktan o namamatay. Yung po ngayon ang exempted doon sa pinapatupad na PMBIC. Naman. Ito po yung tinanong kanina po ni Senator Recto kung nagkaroon ba ng dialogue. Sinabi po ni Asik Galvante po na mayroon daw. Hindi po totoo yan. Kasi nagkaroon sila ng consultation right after doon sa pag-award nila at ang daming complaint during Jones consultation. So nasaan doon yung minutes ng complaint? Mas marami ang complaint kaysa umokay. Pero wala silang pinapakita. Doon sa implementation ng PMBIC, sasabi nila for worthy daw ang mga sasakyan. Meron ba silang datos ipapakita na itong mga four wheels, itong mga sasakyan na two wheels, ang causes of accident ay unworthy cars, unworthy vehicle sila? Sana hinahanaan mo natin sila considering niya ito yung pinagmamalaki nilang program para daw sa kabutihan natin. Ang ginawa kasi nila ngayon ay nag-introduce sila ng isang linta na isisip-sip po sa amin pong mga common tao. Tapos martilyo na pinupukpok pa kami po sa kahirapan. Sana maging totoo naman ang ating pong DOTR at saka LTO, ang dapat pong ayusin dapat po bumili po sila ng tinatawag po natin na breath analyzer para dun sa mga lasing. Dapat po yung connectivity between po ng Philippine National Police at saka ng LTO kasi lahat po ng traffic accident ay ang police po ang mayroong hawak. Wala pong connection po para report sa LTO lahat po nangyayaring accident. Pag nag-drive po ako ng sasakyan galing po sa Angeles, pag going to Taclo, going po sa Metro Manila at hinula ko every municipality, walang access ang LTO kung na ilang beses akong hinuli. Kasi wala silang connection po. Yung pa lang po, maayos na natin pag mayroon po silang connection between the two agency po. Kung sino pong mga violators, sino po ang nagko-commit po ng mga ito pong na-involve po sa mga car accident, yung pa lang po, maayos daw kahit hindi po mag-introduce po ng PMBIC. Pag mayroon na po ng connection between yung dalawang ahensya na yan, magkakaroon na po silang data kung sino ang mga violators, kung sino dapat i-undergo natin ng ayusin. Doon lang po sa kanila ang kasagutan. At ang pangatlo po nakikita po namin, ang LTO po ay ganito po. Kulang po sila ng personnel. Nagkakaroon po ng multi-function po yung bawat isang empleyado. So, napapabayaan na po, ito pong dapat nilang gawin. Ang isa pong head, siya pong inspector, siya po ang head ng isang area, siya ang treasurer, siya ang cashier, minsan siya pang security guard doon sa kanilang mga satellite office o tinatawag extension nila. So, hindi PMBIC po ang sagot. Hindi po talaga, ang layong-layo. Yung sinabi po kanina ni Senator, si Amy Marcos po, si Senator Drilon, yung mga ito po nga sinasabi nilang saka si Senator Binay, yung sinasabi po nila na itong undue delegation po, which is true po, wala po. Kasi dito po sa 125 Executive Order, nakikita po doon sa Section 5, paragraph Q, na specific yung accreditation driving school. Tapos doon naman po sa PETC, which is emission, specific naman doon sa Clean Air Act. So, specific yung dalawa, pero doon po sa PMBIC, wala pong specific na provision magsusupport. But rather, ang sabi doon, inspection dapat lang gawin ng LTO, hindi ng private, kasi walang batas po na umaangkop po doon sa gusto nilang ipahawatig sa atin po. Kami po sa Sierra Aquarium Eagles Club, under the Fraternal Order of Eagles, bilang road safety advocate, iyan po ang stand po namin. Sana hindi pahintulutan po ito. Yan lang po.
Maganda yung mga suggestion mo, to be fair, Attorney Neil, yung sinasabi ninyo walang interconnectivity or walang cooperation between the law enforcement unit ng PNP na nakakahuli ng aksidente kaya walang malinis na datos. At yung sinasabi niyo breath analyzer, importante rin yon. At yung sinasabi ninyong multifunction ng role ng mga LTO officials, ano yan? Treasurer, inspector, security guard, admin, lahat-lahat na. So walang talagang expertise. Maraming salamat. Now we will go ahead with
Madam
Senator
Chair,
Joel. Yes,
if I
go
may,
ahead.
just very quick, Madam Chair, I cannot help but commiserate with the statements made by Attorney Sia. I was the first one to ask questions kanina, Madam Chair, and pinaikli kong gusto dahil gusto natin itackle yung child safety. No? But I cannot help but to make a very short statement because however you look at it, legally speaking, morally speaking, practically looking at this particular program, talagang kailangan i-suspend muna ito dahil kulang na kulang, sobrang kulang, Madam Chair, yung consultation. Tapos yung mga complaints, Madam Chair, and let me take this opportunity once again. During the budget hearing of the OTR, budget hearing of DPWH, I have been challenging the authorities to look into this situation in Bukawi, Bulacan. Every single day, every night, dumadaan po sila sa Bukawi exit dahil ayaw nila na magpa-way in doon sa may NLEX area ng Bukawi. Sisirain yung Governor Halili. Pinashow ko pa ho sa kamera, sa ating plenaryo yung mga videos na sira-sira yung mga daan. Araw-araw, gabi-gabi. Mamaya po, Madam Chair, I'm challenging them. Punta ulit sila doon. Lahat ng overloaded na trucks, lahat ng mabibigat na trucks na dumadaan, sumisira ng daan, nagiging sanhi ng aksidente. Until now, Madam Chair, wala pong nangyayari, unfortunately. These are complaints na matagal na natin sinasabi. Sa Senado, pinag-uusapan. Sa plenaryo, pinag-uusapan. Si Governor Dolor kanina, binabanggit niya, more than 2 weeks na siyang sumusulat. Wala pa ring respond. Manhid na ba talaga ang gobyerno? Madam Chair, ito yung mahirap dito. Kaya pasensya na. Pero sa nakikita po natin, we have seen enough, we have heard enough. Senator Recto asked very articulate questions na nakita natin hindi handa, hindi pinag-aralan, yung pag-aaral nila, bagsak. Madam Chair, yung mga taong nakikinig at nanonood ngayon, walang iisipin kung di ito isang malaking racket. Kaya importante na dapat ito ay immediately suspend muna at pag-aralan mabuti. And we are here to help, Madam Chair. As mentioned a while ago, kung kulang yung mga items sa LTO, kung kulang yung mga items sa government agencies, para i-check po ito, para magampanan nila yung tungkulin nila, we are here to help. Tell us, paano kami makakatulong. Hindi po yung ganito, Madam Chair. No? I'm sorry, I'm just being emotional about this because I've been raising this particular issue, Madam Chair. Ang dami-dami nasisirang daan, lalo dun sa MacArthur Highway, sa Bulacan. Alam ng lahat ng tao doon. Dumalabas ng Bukawi, babalik ulit ng NLEX sa Marilao para iwasan lang yung magbayad sila dahil overloaded sila. Hanggang ngayon, wala akong nangyayari, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your patience. We can't hear you, Madam Chair.
Ganito na ba kamanhid ang ating mga ahensya na hindi ito na tutugunan o napapansin? Thank you, Senator Joel. Can we go ahead now with the presentation? Is it ready, Secretariat? Go ahead.
Lumitaw sa pag-aaral ng World Health Organization, mahigit 1 milyon ang namamatay taon-taon dahil sa mga road accidents sa iba't ibang panig ng daigdig. Dito sa Pilipinas, aabot sa 12,000 ang namamatay taon-taon sa mga aksidente sa lansangan, sanhi ng pagkakamali ng mga driver o kaya naman dahil sa dispalinghadong mga sasakyan. Sa Metro Manila, nakakaalarma ang pagdoble ng mga insidente ng mga vehicular accidents. Mula sa mahigit 60,000 noong 2007, umabot na ito sa mahigit 100,000 noong 2018. Habang parami ang mga behikulo sa kalye, ang tanong, nagagawa ba ng mga may-ari na magpakondisyon ng sasakyan? Kung ikukumpara sa mga bansa sa Southeast Asia, malaki ang matulong ng mga mandatory vehicle testing para masigurado ang roadworthiness ng mga sasakyan at para mapababa ang mga road accidents. Dito sa ating bansa, bakit nga ba hindi na ipapatupad ang batas na proteksyon sa mga kababayan nating nasa lansangan? O kaya ang sakay ng kanilang mga sasakyan? Araw-araw ay nakakarinig tayo ng mga balita tungkol sa mga aksidente. Ito ay isang paalala na ang mga may-ari ay may tungkulin para sa responsableng paggamit ng mga sasakyan. At ang ahensya naman ng ating pamahalaan ay dapat ipatupad ng matuwid at tama ang batas.
Again, thank you for the presentation. We agree with the intention. The intention is good. On the other hand, if you were really concerned about safety, dapat yung mga malalaking pampublikong sasakyan din, mga truck, ang inuna rin natin, di ba? So anyway, moving forward, I would like to ask Vico to please submit to us, and also LTO, submit to this panel the owners of these testing centers that were granted a permit to operate, and not only the corporations. I want the incorporators of all those corporations.
Okay.
Do you have them in mind? Do you have them at the top of your head? Sino ba yung mga operators niyan? At saka isa pa, BCOAP, do you have, in all those centers, do you have an engineer, resident engineer, who serves as the overall technical person if there are any questions?
I can speak for all of our members, Madam Chair, but in my center we have a resident engineer, a mechanical engineer in my particular center. But I can find out from our other members. But I'm sure some of them have to. They also have their own head technician who's capable capable of explaining.
Thank you, Asek Galvante. I want you to submit also, and Asek Lopez, submit to us the minutes of your public consultation. Who were present, where was it held, online or otherwise, and exactly how many of those did you have? Submit all of those, because you claim to have public consultation, to the contrary as being stated by other advocates like Attorney Sia. So please prove them wrong if that's not true.
Madam Chair?
We'll comply,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Senator Nancy, go ahead.
And
please.
siguro, just for clarification lang, kunyari, we do suspend this program. Mawawala na ba talaga totally yung roadworthiness test for private vehicles? Or can they go to mga LTO centers to have their cars tested?
Meron pa tayong PETC, Private Emission Testing Centers, di ba?
Yeah, pero emission testing lang yun eh. They don't check the roadworthiness.
Correct, yes.
So who will do that checking of the roadworthiness?
Attorney Sia, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Ang LTO po, mayroon silang tinatawag na inspection fee pag nagpapa-register tayo ngayon, wherein ang LTO mayroon silang personnel sa field. Oo. Ang kulang nga lang, dapat natin magkaroon tayo ng professionalism sa LTO, wherein next time, ang magiging inspector dapat may technical knowledge.
Hindi yun, para Attorney Sia, nakakatawa naman. Nagkaroon tayo ng inspection, kunyari na lang ang nangyari, di ba? But
talagang kunwari. Totoo yan.
Di ba? But at the end of the day, kailangan natin naman talaga magkaroon ng roadworthiness inspection, di ba? I think we all agree. Yung proseso lang kung paano tayo mag-a-arrive, kung paano magkakaroon ng inspection. But at the end of the day, whether or not we push through with this program, kailangan may magte-take over dun sa function of inspecting yung roadworthiness. Na apparently, lumalabas talagang wala. Kasi katulad nga dun sa nabanggit ni Mr. Evangelista kanina, at this point, wala tayong batayan ng roadworthiness. Which means wala talagang nangyayaring roadworthiness testing.
Actually, Senator Nancy, tama dyan. Yung BICOWAP nga, maganda nga yung hangarin di ba? To professionalize it. Yun lang. Maraming glitches at this point. And also the question of the selection process. Anyway,
Madam Senator,
who's raising their hand? Identify yourself, please. Yes, Mr. Larazabal.
If I may be indulged, Madam Senator, Madam Chair, I know I've sat through the whole, for personally, sir, Madam, medyo sakit pakinggan yung mga but very, very valid points that you have raised. I accept that, we accept that. But if we'd be given the opportunity, we have 22 centers operational, and we would love to invite the senators to please come and visit us, and we will be more than happy to answer and submit submit ourselves to test to your testing, to your questions in our centers. We would love to host you and show you what's done and how we connect with the LTO. And I'm sure the other members here, Atty. Sian himself, if I remember correctly, he himself applied for a PMVIC before. He lost, but if he's so about it, he applied. So I'm sure there is no question in this in the program, in the need for the program. Thank you.
Okay. I think there are no other questions with regards to this from our senators. I will give a wrap up later on. Let's move forward now to the next topic on our hearing. Before we go to the child safety seat, because that's an actual law, I think we have to tackle first the department order on wearing masks inside the car. Okay? From the same household, we're not talking about carpool. Sino ba nagbigay ng order na yan? LTO? Hindi LTO, DOTR? Sino ba nagbigay ng order?
Madam Chair? If I may be recognized, Madam Chair?
Yes?
Opo, thank you po. Thank you po, Madam Chair. The directive po came from the IATF po.
The IATF said that?
Yes, Madam Chair, for the use of the mandatory use of face mask po for 2 or more passengers in a private vehicle po.
Okay, this is my question. Are you a member? Is there a representative from the transport sector in the IATF? Kayo ba yun?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a representative po for the Department of Transportation.
Didn't
Unfortunately,
they object
Your Honor,
to this? Okay, tell me, does this make sense? Are there any findings that says that in other countries, this is actually, okay, Dr. Pit from Campig, can you add to our discussion here?
Madam Chairperson, I just would like to show a 4-minute video of the sufferings of our kababayans with this PMBIC, and there is a statement also here from Mr. Hilomen of Quick that I am a PETC operator and I have several MBIC applications. Yes, I am a PETC operator, but I do not have a single application for PMBIC. I just would like...
Sir, what are you talking about? We're talking about the masks now.
Come again, Senator.
Okay, no. Just submit to us your presentation, sir, because we've already moved on to the question on masks inside the car. Do you have a statement on that?
No, Senator, I'm sorry for that.
Please pay attention to our, next time, please pay attention to our resource persons.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's a bit confusing, but we appreciate your presence here. please submit your presentation to us.
Yes, I will do that.
We will look through it. Thank you, Dr. Pitpit. Okay, meron ba dito makakapagsabi na sa ibang bansa, ganito din ang nagiging regulasyon? Dapat nakamask ang mga miyembro ng pamilya sa loob ng sasakyan. Wala bang nagsabi sa IATF na medyo kalokohan naman itong suggestion na to? Anong ibig sabihin? Pag uwi mo sa bahay, magkakasama pa rin kayo, nakamask pa rin kayo dapat? Okay, walang sagot. Walang patutunguhan tong discussion na to dahil alam natin sa umpisa pa lang, malabo na talaga ito. Okay, so we're moving forward to the next
Madam
discussion.
Chair,
Suggestion na lang po ako.
Senator Joel and then Senator Marcos.
well, gusto ko lang susugan, Madam Chair, yung binanggit ninyo. No? Nakakalungkot na we're calling a hearing and then not a single government agency is aware of what we wanted to know and what we are looking for clarification. It is a very simple, basic question. Meron bang from DOTR, from the transport sector, na kinonsult ang AITF para maggawa nitong desisyon na ito? Nakakalungkot kasi, Madam Chair. Parang baliwala ba itong hearing na to?
Hindi, kaya nga. Senator Joel, apparently it was LTO that released the guidelines. So, LTO Memorandum Circular 2020-2185. So, Asek Galvante, please respond to this. Kayo pala yung nagbigay ng memorandum circular tungkol dito sa wearing masks.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may respond. Ito po ay batay dun sa pinalabas po ng IATF at sinusunod po lang natin through the guidance of DOTR. Hindi po ito independently, kumbaga, LTO ang naglabas po at LTO ang gumawa ng pamantayan, hindi po.
Nako, teka muna. Bakit hindi naman kayo nagsalita tungkol dito, di ba? Isa naman yan sa mga bagay na dapat na responsibilidad ninyo. Teka muna, IATF, you might be ill-informed about the actual importance of this regulation kasi maraming impacted dito. Senator Marcos?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Hindi, papayuhan ko lang yung IATF at yung LTO. Baka talaga naman kailangan matulog na kayo o magpahinga. Kasi kasabay rin ito na walang katuturan, yung sinasabi na government employees daw ay exempted from border protocols. Kaya nagwawala si na Governor Solon, pati yung mga LGU na hirap na sa border control. Biglang may double standard. Kasabay ito Kaya palagay ko, puyat lang yung IATF noon, kailangan na siguro mamahinga. Yun lang.
Thank you, Senator Ivy. Mukha nga, nahihilo. Can we have now the presentation of Senator... we're moving now to the next topic of our hearing, which is the child safety.
Madam Chair, before we move, just 1-2 points that I'd like to raise on that particular issue. One, is there a study man lang, Madam Chair, that suggests that magkasama kayo sa bahay, kailangan magtanggal kayo ng mask ninyo in your own private vehicles? Number 2, is there an instance na may COVID-19 spread because people in a private vehicle did not wear face mask na magkakasama po sila? Kung wala, ano yung naging basehan para sa decision nito? Yun lang po, Madam Chair, and hopefully we get a good response, a decent response from our counterparts in the executive.
Okay, Senator Joel, now we are moving forward to the next topic of our hearing, which is the child safety seats. May we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito with regards to the intention of the law which he sponsored. Senator Ejercito, welcome back, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, my chair. When we passed several road safety measures, it was under your watch, and I really had we had a very good working relationship. Unfortunately, this particular law, which had good intentions, was modded already. So if you'll give me the chance to be able to give the background, on the measure.
Go
Madam
ahead,
Chair, according to the
Senator
World
JV.
Yes, according to the World Health Organization's status report on safety, road traffic injuries are currently the leading cause of death for children and young adults. In the United States alone, motor vehicle crashes are the leading cause of death among children. And Madam Chair, here in the Philippines, no, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, probably this is the one that not people know, data show that from 2006 up to 2015, car accidents were the leading cause of death of children aged 1 up to 12. No? Road crashes is now the second leading cause of death among children after drowning. So pagkatapos po ng pagkakalunod, Madam Chair, ito na pong road crashes. So an average of 671 children and infants die every year because of road collisions and road crashes. The WHO report also states that child restraints are highly effective in reducing injury and death to child occupants. The use of child restraints can lead to at least a 60 to 70% reduction in deaths. RA 112299 or Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Law is a good law and has good intentions to protect and save the lives of our children and develop a strong safety culture in our country. As parents, we should prioritize the safety of our children at all times. It is our duty and responsibility, and this law reminds us of that. However, Madam Chair, if you will allow me to make some clarifications, siguro ito po yung nagkagulo-gulo na yung understanding about the law. Probably nagkulang din ang government agencies in educating the people in the information campaign. Kaya po nagkaroon ng adverse reaction against the law. The law has all the good intention, but its implementation has been untimely and illogical. As has been discussed, it is a pandemic. We're in a pandemic right now. When this law was being drafted, being heard, and eventually passed, Madam Chair, there was no such thing as pandemic and COVID-19 back then. No? So talagang iba po yung situation. And as such, Madam Chair, the government has to adapt to the situation. And I, being the principal sponsor of this measure, which you allowed me before to chair, I would support the suspension of this measure to hold in abeyance its implementation while there is a pandemic, Madam Chair. Second, I just like to clarify as well, there's a confusion as to whether the law covers public utility vehicles or PUVs. As currently worded, the law does not require the use of child restraint system or car seat in public utility vehicles such as taxis and TNVs, buses, and jeepneys. Madam Chair, baka magtanong po yung iba, ayon po sa batas, after 1 year, the DOTR, the LTO and other agencies are tasked after 1 year to submit to Congress their recommendations on how they will be able to fit the child restraint systems in public buses, jeepneys, and the TNVs. No? Kasi po, we wanted already the law to be implemented para sa private cars ay kahit paano masave na po yung maraming mga bata. No? Sa public vehicles naman, no? we that after a year, the LTO and the DOTR will submit their recommendations. So, ngunit kahit hindi pa sakop na batas, maaari pong gumamit ng child restraint systems sa PUVs, katulad ng taxis at TNVs, no? Kung meron pong available, Madam Chair, we actually encourage, no, hand-me-downs na kapag kinalakihan na ng bawa, kamag-anak o kaibigan, pwede naman ho itong ipahiram. Kaya po, uulitin ko, optional to at hindi po mandatory kung kayo ay sasakay ng taxis or mga Grab, no? Ang nangyari kasi, Madam Chair, ang lumabas po sa news articles, ang naging pahayag ko raw ay dapat may dala po ang magulang. Hindi po ganon. Since the taxis and the Grab are considered public utility vehicles, they are not covered, no, by this law at this time. So hindi po kinakailangan. Pero ang nasabi ko, na siguro pagkakamali ko, Madam Chair, I was talking as a road safety advocate that if there is an available car seat, might as well use it. No? Parang yun po ang nasabi ko para lang sa kaligtasan ng ating mga anak. Finally, Madam Chair, good laws require proper information dissemination. Palagay ko dito nagkulang ang DOTR, ang DLTO, at siguro Philippine News Agency. nagkaroon po tuloy ng confusion, ng outrage dahil sa kakulangan sa informasyon. Sinabi po nila i-implement na kagad kinabukasan, gayong hindi pa alam ng taong bayan kung ano ba ang ibig sabihin po nito. Ang problema po ay hindi po yung batas, no, kundi ang planong implementasyon. So, Madam Chair, muli ako yung nananawagan, siguro sa LTO, I think there was already an order to suspend this, and although I'm the principal sponsor of this measure, again, I would reiterate that I support to hold in abeyance its implementation during this time of pandemic. And also, we need more information campaign from the LTO para po maliwanagan din ating mga kababayan. Yun po, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator JB. Are there any maybe presentation from the DOTR regarding this? Any response? Okay, let's move forward with the questions of our senators. Any senator interested to ask a question with regards to this child safety issue?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Senator, can we yield first to Senator Coco Pimentel?
Okay.
And then Senator Villanueva after. Senator Coco, you have a baby, a new baby. So this is
Thank you.
probably something that will concern you.
We are ready with the car seat actually. Ginagamit na po namin. Ang tanong ko actually is, how is a law or a law's implementation suspended? How is it done? Sino mga lawyers natin dyan sa DOTR? Kasi the law has an effectivity, di ba? Date. So how will we go about this?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead. There's just a little bit of feedback with the mic. Go ahead.
So I think the law itself was clear that there's an effectivity, and since the executive is directed to implement and put into operational any legislation passed by Congress, we deem that it should be the Congress itself or the Senate who should pass the resolution or any directive to sort of adjust or amend, and thus give us leeway to defer or suspend or at least affect any effectivity. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, sorry.
Thank you. Senator Villanueva, wait, I'm sorry, Senator Pimentel, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Who gave the answer? Yusek?
Yebra po, Madam Chair.
Yebra, DOTR.
Sige. And I'm sure that's the position of the legal department of the DOTR.
Yes, Madam Chair. We only follow what is provided under the law.
Kasi that is what entered into my mind yesterday when we were calling for the suspension of a law, of the law. No? So naisip ko, how does one suspend a law or the implementation of a law? So according to Yusek Yebra, they need to comply. But there is a provision in the law, sir, that after 1 year yata, you have to give Congress suggestion whether or not the public utility vehicles will be covered. Have you complied with that provision of the law?
May I yield the floor to LTO, Madam Chair, as the more competent person?
Yes, go ahead. That's a very good question, Senator Coco. Within 1 year, there should be a recommendation if it's feasible to implement this in public utility vehicles. Go ahead, Asek Galvante.
Yes, Madam Chair, honorable members. There is a provision there that insofar as public utility vehicle is concerned, DOTR, LTO will submit a recommendation to Congress so that appropriate enactment of the law can be done. No? So far, this has not been done yet, Your Honor. It's that no implementation of the law insofar as public utility vehicles are concerned is being undertaken by LTO, Your Honor.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, the mandate of the law is for them to submit to Congress anong rekomendasyon nila. Yun. That is the compliance with the law. Sabihin na they were given time to study, consult siguro, study, then consult, and then recommend. So, we're talking about compliance with the law. Kanina, kababanggit lang. So, so comply with the law. DOTR, LTO, all the agencies. Recommendation lang po yun. Di ba? Senator JV, if you recall the law, I think yun yung ano doon, that's the command. It's just recommend to Congress what to do with the law in relation to public utility vehicles. So Madam Chair, at least siguro na-raise natin itong issue on how to suspend the implementation of a law. So pag-aralan po natin sa committee natin what's the best course of action, the most practical thing to do. Kasi hindi kasi maganda na meron tayong batas na nasa statute books natin and then informally na lang na pipikit na lang yung mata natin, ganon. So Yusek Yebra said the certain formalities. So kung kailangan talaga ng dumaan sa certain formalities, gawin po natin so that everything is by the book. At hindi po kasi I don't want to encourage the practice na na lang, pikit mata o ganon. So napaka-informal na society na yon, rule of law po tayo.
Actually, Senator Pimentel, that seems to be more the norm now, the practice. Bahala na, pikit mata na lang.
Which we want to stop, di ba, Madam Chair?
Exactly.
So kung ang let's say ang proper way is that we have to do some formalities, I suggest gawin po talaga natin. Hanggang dito na po ako pagdating sa child restraint system, no? Pero pagbabalik po tayo mamaya doon sa ano ba yung kanina, yung sa motor vehicle. Later, ma'am, later. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Senator Joel, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be very brief. Let me first of all greet our good friend, our seatmate, Senator JV Ejercito. It's so nice to see him, Madam Chair, and gusto kong sabihin, mas bagay siya pag nandito siya sa Senado, more than any position in the private sector or even in the government. Great to see you, Senator JV. Let me put on record that I also join him in stating that this law is very important. We co-authored this law because of our seatmate. We believe in this law. We support yung mga binanggit po niya kanina. And with regard to Senator Coco Pimentel's statement, which is about compliance with the law, and Senator JV's statement that it is important that we disseminate the right information. Under this law, Section 11 of Republic Act 11229, and let me ask the DOTR, DepEd, PIA, and DOH, nakalagay po dito yung mga ahensya na ito, no, na must undertake regular nationwide information education and communication campaign within 6 months from the passage of this act. The passage of this act is February 22, 2019. February 22, 2019. So I would like to ask, what activities of these agencies undertaken between February of 2019 to August 2019 in relation to this provision?
You are addressing this to LTO?
Yes, Madam Chair.
LTO,
DOTR, DepEd, PIA, DOH. It's part of the law, Section 11 of RA 11229.
Siguro as the umbrella agency for all of these transports, DOTR, can you please respond first? Maybe Attorney Yebra?
Madam Chair, yes. May I please yield the floor to Asik Pastor? I think he's just restarting the computer, but he...
Okay, Asik Pastor, you're back. Go ahead, please.
Sir, turn on your mic.
I think now you're seated in Yusek Yebra's seat. Okay, go ahead, Asek Pastor.
Madam Chair, my apologies for the technical malfunction of my laptop. We conducted
Go ahead, as long as you
several.
can answer a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We conducted several campaign achievements, Madam Chair. Number one is the TV commercials, print ads, also media placements through radio, TVs, and also with our private partners in disseminating the information so that our public will be fully apprised of the situation. However, we also recognize, Madam Chair, that when we were supposed to have a seminar last March 19, the said 2020 po, Madam Chair, it was cancelled po due to the fact that we were already in lockdown at that time.
So Madam Chair, so you would also admit na hindi po ganun kaganap or kulang po yung nagawa natin na information dissemination. Is that correct? Is that the correct statement, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, we recognize that po. That
Thank you very
we could
much.
have done more po.
Yes, thank you for that, no. And just to point out also, RA 11229 was signed on February 2019. Its IRR of RA 11229 was approved on December 2019, and the mandatory compliance to the law was to be enforced a year after. That is February of 2021. Gusto ko lang malaman what activities relevant to information dissemination did you conduct during the past 2 years? Would you also believe na kulang pa rin po yung time? Dahil binanggit nyo nga ho, nag-set kayo ng date nung binanggit nyo kanina pero hindi din po natuloy. Would you also say na kulang ho talaga yung time?
Yes, okay ba? Yes, Madam Chair, we admit po that there were several programs to be implemented by DOTR as well as LTO po to further disseminate this campaign drive po, an information campaign drive. And it was unfortunate po that we were affected vastly by the onslaught of the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you, Yusek. No, I mentioned that because earlier, LTO Deputy Director for Law Enforcement, Roberto Valera, in his interview sa radio, nasa Inquirer, etc., he said that within 6 months, starting February of 2021, they will prioritize first educating drivers and parents by distributing flyers regarding the requirements of the law. So nagulat po ako doon dahil the past 2 years, hindi po ito ginawa, pero ito yung statement po niya. Does this mean, Yusek, Asek, that educating stakeholders was not a priority in the past 2 years since the law was passed?
Hindi po, Madam Chair. We would like to think that the priority really is to inform the the citizenry of the effects of this law po in promoting further road safety po sa atin. Siguro po, Madam Chair, if I can we can undertake po the Department of Transportation and the LTO that the priority now po of the implementation of the law is not as to the enforcement po of the observance of the car seat child seat restraint, but rather po yung information campaign po natin.
Thank you po, and we appreciate it, sir, because if you would, for your information, yesterday our Senate President delivered a privileged speech regarding this matter, and I took the floor also, Madam Chair, and I showed the body an interview made by I think Miss Ami Perez doon po sa isang LTO representative, and when he was asked kung malaki yung bata, paano yung gagawin, tatama yung ulo niya, ang sagot po ng LTO representative, bumili na lang kayo ng malaki-laking sasakyan. So ito yung tingin ko na lalong nagpainit ng ulo ng ating mga kababayan, and I am sure we can do a lot better. I think it is unacceptable, and I hope that we all look into it, because again, there's also the big difference of knowing the existence of the Child Safety Motor Vehicles Act. Iba po yun eh. And another thing is, gusto kong puntahan ho natin, yung knowing how to properly use child restraint system. Doon po ako pupunta. No? But before I go there, naniniwala ho ba kayo na talagang maraming maling informasyon ang lumabas kahit na ito ay galing mismo sa ating mga implementing agencies?
Madam Chair, if I may po, opo.
Before you answer that, Senator Joel made a point here eh. Sino yung nagpapatawang representative ng LTO o ng DOTR na nagsabing bumili na lang kayo ng mas malaking sasakyan? Sino yon? Anyway, siguro dapat pagsabihan ano.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
Single bante po. Totoo po yun na nabanggit po ito sa isang interview at humingi po ng paumanhin yung aming RD ng NCR West doon sa nasabi niya.
Si Director Ginto, oo.
Yeah,
Director Ginto.
Okay, teka, gusto ko lang liwanagin ito kasi I think napakahalaga nito. Wala naman talagang, maybe the sponsor of the bill can clarify this for better information. On whether we can just, instead of a booster seat or an actual car seat, for certain individuals that cannot afford, let's say, a regular car seat, maybe we can put a clip attachment on a seat belt. Kasi dito sa Section 3H, child restraint system refers to a device approved in accordance with Section 6 of this Act, capable of accommodating a child occupant in a sitting or supine position. It is so designed as to diminish the risk of injury. The law does not specify that a booster seat is the solution. It directs the DTI in Section 6 to formulate a safety standard. Pero wala pa namang nire-release ang DTI tungkol dito. Maybe Senator JV, being the sponsor of the bill, the intention was really good. But then I'd like to know, does it have to be a conventional car seat? What if a family can't afford a conventional car seat? Can it be a seat belt?
Siguro, Madam Chair, if you'll allow me, no, there's a study, no, that was presented during our hearings that the child's bones, no, a child's bones are not yet as mature as an adult. No? That is the reason why even if we have a kid of 12 years old and below, kahit na po hindi na siya kasya sa car seat at kaya na yung seatbelt, we are still recommending for them to stay at the back seat, no? Because of yung bones nila are more fragile than adult. And then what they really recommend is that after car seat, kung medyo they outgrow the car seat already, yung pong normal seatbelt will be enough, pero dapat po sana snug fit na, no? That's why pwedeng booster, but probably we can again, ma'am, Madam Chair, DOTR anyway is tasked to report to Congress after 1 year yung po sa public utility vehicles. Probably can already include ito pong what you are suggesting, no? Yung pong what can be attached to the seatbelt. No? So probably that can be we can again recall the experts in road safety advocates to help the OTR find the solution for kids that are already in between, kumbaga too big for a car seat and probably alanganin pa ho doon sa adult seatbelt.
So in short, thank you Senator JB. In short, DOTR, wala pang nilalabas na guidelines ang DTI.
Madam Chair,
I think we have Dr. Neil Katahay, DTI.
Yes, Madam Chair. Director Neil po of Bureau of Philippine Standards. So to clarify lang, Madam Chair, yung sinasabing yung standards. Sa ngayon, meron ho tayong dalawang standards. In fact, yung batas mismo nagbanggit ho nung reference standards. Yun ho yung UNR 129. Yun ho yung nakalagay dun sa batas na gagamitin natin as reference standards pagdating doon sa ating child restraint system. Yung isa hong standard na binanggit din ho sa batas, yun ho yung UN Regulation number 44. So meron hong parehong meron ho tayong parehong basihan na standards na pwede nating gamitin na reference para ho ma-verify yung mga booster or child restraint system na ilalagay natin sa ating mga sasakyan. In fact, in compliance with the law, yung Bureau of Philippine Standards po, yung DTI, ay naglabas na din ho ng technical regulation para ma-check at ma-certify yung ating mga child restraint systems, yung mismong mga produkto. Sa ngayon, yung ating technical regulation na-issue ho namin noong October 2020. So, naging effective po siya.
Teka muna. Pag sinasabi nyo kasi mga UN na ganyan, syempre hindi naman yan naiintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. No? So, meron na bang nag-apply sa inyo na mag-import o mag-manufacture ng mga car seats?
Meron na po, Madam Chair. Yung UNR ho na binabanggit natin ay promulgate na din ho siya natin as Philippine National Standards. So yun ho ay Philippine National Standards UNR 129 at saka Philippine National Standards UNR 44. So doon ho sa mga nag-a-apply, from the time na naging effective po yung ating regulation, naka-receive na ho tayo ng several applications. In fact,
I'm sorry, sir. Have you published this in paper general circulation?
Yes, Madam Chair. We conducted consultation, Madam Chair. Kaya lang, ang kasama ho doon sa consultations namin are the prospective manufacturers at saka importers. Sila ho yung mga umattend sa consultation.
So may in-approve na kayo? Na-publish na ba ninyo yung mga na-approvean ninyo?
Yes, Madam Chair. Na-publish namin yung regulation.
Okay, submit it to us. And then, my next question is, itong sa IRR kasi na bago, merong mga fitting centers. Okay. So, DOTR, clarify, ano tong fitting center na to? Pupunta, kunyari ako, may car seat ako para sa anak ko. Although, thankfully, hindi na nila kailangan yan. Pupunta ako ng fitting center, titignan ng technician doon kung tama ang car seat na binili ko, tama ang pagkaka-install. Ito ba ay mandatory sa lahat ng, first question, is this mandatory for all those who are required to have car seats? Do they have to go to a fitting center? Number two, is that another way for the LTO or for the DOTR to collect money from those that will have it inspected, or is this free? Number three, is there a receipt or a certificate that will have to be issued as proof that you have the right car seat and the right fitting for the car seat? Kasi this is another layer of bureaucracy eh. So I'd like to know, ano ba talaga dito ang regulasyon?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, based on the IRR, it states po that the accreditation of fitting stations will be prescribed po by LTO. So may I defer po the question to Asset Galvante if
so may accreditation pa ng fitting center, LTO. Are you aware of that? O baka ngayon tayo naghahabol, ay may ganun pala.
Madam Chair, if I may, si Calvante po.
Yes, sir.
Doon sa po pagkakaintindi namin doon sa provision is that ang LTO maglalagay ng center para po mag-check kung halimbawa kung tugma nga po yung pagkakalagay na. Pero sa discussion po namin, isa po sa tinitingnan natin dito na yung tugma sa modelong inapprove ng ng ahensya, for example DTI, ay hindi po kailangan ang LTO pa ang magkakabit nun kasi meron naman pong nakalagay na simple instruction yan on how to use the car seat.
So what you're saying now, Asset Galvante, is that you are leaning towards not actually establishing a fitting center.
Hindi po. Maglalagay dahil kautusan po ng batas yan, kaya mag-establish kami.
Hindi po kautusan ng batas yan eh. Wala po sa batas yan. Yan ay kautusan ng IRR na draft ng DOTR. So balik tayo sa DOTR. Sino ba dito? Yusek Yebra ulit. Wala po sa batas yan. Kayo ang naglagay niyan sa IRR. So ipapatupad ba ninyo yan? Number one, Meron na ba kayong fitting center? Gusto niyo ipatupad ang batas na to, naglabas kayo ng IRR, wala pa naman pala kayong fitting center. Number 2, may bayad ba yan? Number 3, may certificate ba dapat lahat ng may car seat na nagsasabing nagpa-test na sila sa fitting center?
Madam Chair, for the IRR po, we will review this again with LTO. But as mentioned earlier po, in terms of implementation, we will defer po even the accreditation of fitting stations po. We will just solely focus po on the information campaign.
Okay, so what you're saying now is that you probably will have to forego that provision on having a fitting center.
Opo. Madam Chair, we will just defer po the implementation of the accreditation of fitting stations po for LTO.
Okay, kasi
at
yung
this point in time.
Okay, pero may bayad ba yan?
Ay, wala po, Madam Chair. The intention po, wala po.
Okay. Required ba yan? Required ba yan?
Yes, Madam Chair. Based on the IRR po, the intention is that hindi po siya required, but rather it will be an avenue po for our citizenry to go to LTO offices po to check po if it was placed properly po.
That's fine, sir. But this is overcompensating. First of all, you're already accrediting the brands that will be allowed. This is care of the DTI. And then, well, I guess you are assuming that most parents won't understand instructions, so you have to have a fitting center. I'm just trying to lessen the burden also on the government as well as to the public. Okay, in other countries, you don't have to go to a fitting center. Okay, fine. If you have the extra manpower, sabi nga ni Attorney Sia, wala na nga kayong manpower to check all of those that need assurance that they put their car seat properly. But for this to be a requirement, for this to need another certification from the DOTR that you put your car seat properly, naku naman, hindi na nga ninyo magawa yung mga ibang dapat ninyong gawin, gagawin pa ninyo yan. Ilan bang pinapanganak taon-taon sa ating bansa? Tapos sumasakay sa sasakyan.
If I may be allowed, Madam Chair, please.
Okay.
Opo. Yung intention po nitong fitting stations is because we recognize po that yung child restraint system is the first in the country. Maninibago po yung ating mga kababayan. Kung kaya't magbibigay ho sana ng tulong ang LTO, gayon din po ang DOTR para po masigurado na itong pagkabit po natin ng child restraint systems ay naaayon po dun sa manufacturer's guidelines or yung sa manual upang maiwasan po natin upang mas maging epektibo po itong ating child restraint system.
I see the noble intention here. But number 1, this has to be free of charge. Number 2, this has to be voluntary on the part of the motoring public. If they need help, please do not require them to go if they don't. Diba? That's their lookout already. You've done your part by tasking the DTI to have the proper specifications for the car seat. I'm just trying to lessening the burden also for you. Diba? Maglalagay pa kayo. Siguro, in certain LTO offices, it would be nice to have a technical person there to check on the worthiness of a car seat and how it was installed. But for it to be a requirement will be burdensome to both the public and also to the department. That is our take and probably a recommendation in the committee report.
Madam Chair, yes, for the record po, it will be free and it will not be mandatory po. It will be voluntary on the part of our motorist po.
Oo, kasi mahirap dyan pagka merong maglalagay lang, mo na lang para merong certificate kami. Mas lalo pang delikado. Okay, so any more questions from our Senator? Senator Villanueva.
If I may continue, Madam Chair, just to ask question kay Director Neil of DTI, based on the DTI documents po, yung CAB o conformity assessment bodies, which are third-party inspection bodies that will test and certify the child restraint system. It must also be duly recognized by DTI Bureau of Philippine Standards. Is that correct, sir, Director? Director Neil? Niwanan yata tayo ni Director Neil. Director Neil of DTI, are you still there?
Wala yatang sumasagot ah. Are you looking
Madam
for DT? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, because you know, I'm here to just emphasize all the more that our government agencies, implementing agencies, are not ready, and this is to support Senator Coco Pimentel's observation na if they are not ready to implement the law, then perhaps we have all the reason to suspend the implementation of this particular measure. Anyway, Madam Chair, let me end by asking LTO with regard to training and apprehension of violators. In a statement last February 2, 2021, DOTR said that the LTO is in the process of finalizing enforcement protocols, considering that special training is needed due the involvement of children. May we ask why this was not completed during, again, as I mentioned earlier, the 1-year transitory period?
Your Honor?
Yes?
Narinig ko po kayo kanina, Your Honor, pero hindi ko alam kung bakit na-disconnect ako. Hindi ko na narinig yung succeeding statement mo po, Your Honor.
Oh yes, your Director Neil from DTI?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I asked about the conformity assessment bodies, yung third-party inspection bodies that must be duly recognized by DTI and the Bureau of Philippine Standards. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Your Honor. Yung mga conformity assessment bodies po, siya po yung nagpe-perform sa amin ng inspection at saka verification at saka nag-accept din ho kami ng test reports issued by third-party testing laboratories.
Yes, and so far, sir, how many have been recognized by DTI BPS already? Will this be enough, sir, to inspect, assess the manufacturers, importers, distributors, and sellers of child restraint systems?
Sa ngayon, sir, yes, meron ho kaming siyam na inspection bodies. Wala pa ho tayong recognized na testing laboratories, pero yung ating technical regulation po ay inilagay natin doon na in the absence of local testing laboratories capable of conducting the test for CRS, we will accept test reports issued by international testing laboratories with proper accreditation doon sa mga accreditation bodies na signatory din doon sa International Laboratory Accreditation Cooperation. So meron ho tayong sinusundan, Your Honor, na international practice.
Yes, but you're saying it's kulang and wala pang recognized na yung binanggit nyo po kanina. So yun lang po yung gusto nating i-raise, no? That's why we are calling for the deferment of the implementation of this law. Madam Chair, I know that a lot of my colleagues would like to ask questions. Yung last question ko po dun sa LTO about training and apprehension of violators, as I posed a while ago sa mga kaibigan po natin sa LTO. Kasi yung last Feb 2, yung sabi ho ng DOTR, yung LTO daw po ay in the process of finalizing enforcement protocol. So hindi pa ho ito kompleto during the 1-year transitory period. And when do you expect this to be completed, sir?
Madam Chair, may I respond? Secretary Bante po.
Yes, sir, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Ginagawa na po ng LTO, ginawa po ng LTO last year. Ang inuna po muna dito, yung mga taga-LTO po, yung mga enforcers, sa lahat po ng region. In fact, nagkaroon po kami ng ugnayan doon sa isang volunteer group, yung Imagine Law, at nag-provide po sila ng mga models o sample ng mga tumutugon doon sa ginawang pamantayan ng DTI. At ito po i-distribute natin sa lahat ng regions. So practically all the regions, meron po ito. Ginagamit ito bilang teaching aids. Pero inuna po namin ang LTO na personnel na turuan dito. Bagamat umaasa na sa tulong ng PIA at ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, tutulungan kami sa pagpapalawak ng kaalaman ng ating madla. Ngayon,
This
doon
is
po
my...
sa,
Sige po.
yung po sa enforcement, yung sasabing panguhuli, wala po kaming ginagawang panguhuli sa ngayon at in fact, hanggat hindi po napapalawak ang kalaman. Kaya kung sakali pong nakadeploy yung aming personnel, yung aming enforcement units, kung may nakita silang hindi sumusunod, ang ginagawa lang po is pinapaalalahanan noong dapat lang gawin para maligtas po ang kanilang mga bata, mga anak nila, na kung sakalang may mangyayari sa kuna, eh hindi po sila maging biktima ng mga injuries or whatever na maaaring mangyari.
Okay.
Wala po,
Okay.
emphasize ko lang po, walang panghuhuling ginagawa.
Thank you po, Asek Galvante. Pero ang binabanggit nga po natin ay kung ready na po kayo kung sakaling ito ay i-implementa. Kaya nga po ang panawagan namin ay i-defer muna yung implementation. Kasi po, ang itatanong po natin ngayon ay paano po ba i-enforce ng ating mga enforcement officers yung pag-apprehend ng mga tao who use substandard or unlicensed or uncertified child restraint systems. Madali po sabihin na, oy, naka-booster seat, oy, naka-car seat. Pero hindi natin masasabi kung ano yung bang ginagamit niya substandard. Ready na po ba kayo doon? Kaya nga po ang binabanggit natin, ito yung panawagan natin to defer muna dahil baka kailangan pa ng further training ng ating law enforcement officers. Ano hong masasabi niyo po doon?
Sa binabanggit ko nga po, kasama yun sa training na ginagawa.
Okay.
Ginagawa ng LTO.
Asek,
hindi
Yes,
pa
Your Honor.
ready.
just a
Yes, Your
reminder
Honor.
to Senator Joel, your time is up, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm wrapping up and that is just my point. I believe na hindi pa ho ready. Sabi ko nga ho kanina, paano mong gagawin yun? Paano mo i-implement? Lahat na lang po na makita mo na naka-car seat, hihinto mo ho ba? At pag hininto mo po, are they adept? Are they trained already to find out ano yung mga car seats o booster seats na unlicensed o substandard? So again, Madam Chair, ang point lang natin, napaka-impractical and hindi timely ang pag-implement nito at kulang na kulang pa po sa information dissemination campaign ang ginagawa ng ating pamahalaan, and we are here to help and we are here to support. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joel. I think that we will have to wrap up this meeting by 2:30. Now, if there are no more manifestations or questions with regards to the car seat, I would like to go back to the MVIS issue.
Madam Chair.
Who is speaking?
BPS Director Katahay, Madam Chair. If I may add, Madam Chair, concerning the uncertified CRS, yung mga child seats, yung DTI para matulungan yung ating mga consumers, yung mga motorists, lalo na yung mga meron ng ngayon available na car seats na hindi certified ng Bureau of Philippine Standards. So si Secretary Mon, tinitingnan niya yung possibility na magkaroon yun ng problema later on as we implement. Ang tinitingnan namin pwedeng gawin, we can help the motorists, pwede nilang dalhin yung mga car seats na yon sa DTI para we can do visual check, parang initial checking, tapos kung okay siya, we can issue ICC stickers para pagka nandoon na sa kalsada hindi na magka-problema sa mga enforcers ng LTO, of course with the permission of LTO. Yung isang produkto naman, yung mga CRS, mayroon ding mga nasa inventories ng ating mga retailers na dumating din prior to the implementation ng regulations at saka effectivity ng law. So yon, tinitingnan din ng DTI na pwede din nating i-undergo doon sa certification process para mabigyan din sila ng ICC stickers para ulit ang iniiwasan natin dito magkaroon ng confusion pagdating doon sa kalsada whether a product is certified or product was shipped during the implementation or the products were imported prior to the effectivity of the law. So para mawala yung ganong confusion, tinitingnan ho ng DTI na i-address yung concern na yon sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng ICC stickers, yun yung proof ng certification natin.
Okay. You made your point, sir. ICC sticker, pwedeng holographic, katulad ng mga ginagawa ninyo sa mga ibang electrical products. Pero yan ay ang mga importers at manufacturers ang kukuha sa inyo at hindi yung mga bumibili ng car seat, di ba?
Tama, Your Honor, pero yung sa pagdating ho dito sa sa mga consumers, we can accommodate. Ginawa na din ho natin yan, I think several years ago sa helmet, na para yung mga nakabili din dati ng helmet na nasa kanilang
doble pa kasi yun eh. 'Di ba? Kung nakabili ka na nga ng car seat na certified na ninyo, ba't pa sila pupunta sa inyo? Can you imagine kung ilan ang pipila sa inyo para magpalagay niyan?
Hindi yon, Your Honor, yung pwedeng pumunta sa amin, yung meron na ngayon na wala pang certification mark. Yung nabili nila prior to activity.
All right, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, sir. I think Senator Bongo has a manifestation on this topic before we move back to the MBIC issue.
Sa child, ano to?
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, to my fellow senators here, our resource persons, and everyone in attendance. Thank you for allowing me to make a short manifestation and perhaps as a few questions later. Ito po yung sa child seat, ito po sa car seat, no? Ensuring the safety of our citizens, more so our children, has always been a priority of President Rodrigo Duterte. Indeed, no less than the Constitution promotes the physical well-being of the youth. This is the reason why my colleagues in the Senate and the House of Representatives work very hard to pass Republic Act number 11229. However, the noble purpose behind the Republic Act 11229 must take a back seat because of the hardships imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. In these extraordinary times, we must act with compassion. We should refrain from imposing additional economic burden on the ordinary Filipino families, not at this time when their utmost priority is to make ends meet. Hirap na po sila. Huwag na po natin silang hayaan pang mas mahirapan pa. Madam Chair, I would like to stress that it is only proper to defer the implementation of RA number 11229 until we have weathered the pandemic. The DOTR, PIA, DepEd, and DOH have yet to conduct the mandated information, education, and communication campaign, which was untimely shelved because of the pandemic. Ordinary Filipino families deserve to be properly educated and informed before we can impose an added burden on them. I believe this is part and parcel of due process. Our countrymen deserve to make the necessary preparations and to understand the technicalities of the law. It will be ironic to force the implementation of the law even there is a lot of confusion on how is to be applied. In the meantime, Madam Chair, the suspension will not endanger our children since they are already prohibited from going out of their house pursuant to IATF protocols. Since hindi naman po sila pinapalabas sa ngayon, paigtingin na lang muna natin ang ating education campaign dahil darating naman po ang panahon na dapat tong i-implement po itong batas na ito. While hindi pa po normal ang panahon, gamitin na lang po natin ang panahong ipaalam sa publiko kung ano pong tulong sa safety po ng mga bata itong batas na ito. It is in this regard that I commend President Duterte and my colleagues here in pushing for the deferment of the implementation of the law. My only appeal to our countrymen is to fully support and cooperate to our countrymen, is to fully support and cooperate in the information campaign of this law once it is undertaken. To the implementing agencies, I urge you to faithfully perform your mandate and avoid adding to the burden of our constituents in these trying times. nakausap ko rin po ang ating mahal na Pangulo ukol dito nung kasagsagan po ng na nalilito ang ating mga kababayan. Sumang-ayon naman po siya na sabi niya ay huwag ngayon dahil naghihirap na yung mga kababayan natin. Wala nga pambili ng pagkain yung iba dyan. Tapos ngayon, obliga pa nating bumili nitong car seat. Not at this time po, dahil hirap po ang ating mga kababayan. Kapakanan at kaligtasan ng lahat, lalo-lalo na po sa mga kabataan. Ang aming tanging layunin, oras na malampasan na natin ang pandemya at magiging normal na po ang ating pamumuhay, pwede na po natin ipatupad ang batas na ito. Ito ay para rin naman po sa kaligtasan at kabubuti ng bawat Pilipino. Yun lang po, Madam Chair, balansin lang po natin ang lahat dahil hindi pa po normal ang ating sitwasyon sa ngayon. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your manifestation, Senator Go, and also for your support of the majority of the senators that we need to defer this law at the moment while we are awaiting an actual education campaign and also the proper rollout of this. I would like to ask the DOTR to submit to us your planned action on how to have a more effective rollout of this law, if ever, and clarification on your IRR, especially the fitting centers. And more important, I think, is a time frame by which you think you will be ready for the actual implementation of this in cooperation with the DTI. So if there are any more concerns about the car seat before I move on back to the MBIC issue.
Madam Chair, isa na lang po, Director Katahay.
Okay, Director.
Nabanggit kanina ni Senator Villanueva na nandito tayo lahat para tumulong. So nabanggit ho namin kanina na sa ngayon wala ho tayong capability to conduct testing dito sa CRS. Kaya nga yung regulation ngayon is accommodating at accepting test reports issued by foreign testing laboratories. So sana po moving forward matingnan yung need ng BPS testing laboratory para doon sa mga testing equipment ng child restraint system. So may initial kami doon, estimate we need I think around 130 million to set up testing facility for child restraint system. So sana po matulungan kami. Yun lang po, Your Honor. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Director. So I guess we can adjourn this hearing on the car seats and move back to the PMVIC issue. I think Senator Coco Pimentel had some questions. You weren't present earlier, so we had to move on to the next topic. But now you have the floor again with regards to the PMVIC. And then after Senator Coco, I'd like to hear the public transport groups. We haven't heard from Mr. Yage and also the others that are present here today with regards to their view on these inspection centers. So go ahead, Senator Pimentel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was present earlier, but I logged out, so I was not able to get whether or not there has been a consensus about this program. Is this program going to be suspended or not?
As it stands right now, it continues. The appeal is that they suspend it in the meantime, that we only have, I think, 23 centers and we need more, obviously, aside from the glitches that haven't really been corrected. So it is our recommendation to write a committee report suggesting a suspension in the meantime and go back to the private emissions testing center.
And what was the answer to the question of Senator Recto on the legal basis for the program? Meron po ba o wala?
It's a little bit vague. Basically, the point was, I think Senator Drilon expounded on it. It's a power delegated to the DOTR, but it seems that the DOTR is then delegating that power to the private sector without any legal basis. Another point made is that when it comes to price setting, they should have spoken to, or they should have consulted and have obtained the approval of NEDA before coming up with their fee schedule, which they didn't do. So those two are questionable,
Thank you.
Senator Coco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will raise a point that the suspension idea, which I raised earlier, is different now in this case, because this is not a suspension of the implementation of a law or the suspension of a law. This is a suspension of a program devised or thought of or formulated by the DOTR. So,
Correct.
pwedeng gawin yan, ha? Pwedeng gawin yan. Okay. So, ang next question ko, na-implement na ito ngayon eh. So, meaning to say, there are some places na private vehicles and maybe affected public utility vehicles will pay a bigger amount, and some places where they will pay a smaller amount to have their vehicles registered. Is this a correct statement of fact, DOTR?
Well, if I may answer that, in fact, that was raised earlier by Governor Dolor and also by the one, our other resource persons, that there's no equality in the law because some will have it, some won't. So you're correct, sir. Others will still be paying the old fees. Then others will already be having to pay the more expensive one.
Yes,
Kaya nga,
yes, ma'am.
hilaw pa. Hilaw.
Yeah, inabot ko rin pala inabot ko 'yun. Sinabi niyo pa nga, Madam Chair, na equal protection of the law, 'di ba? Equal implementation of law. So now I will now bring up another point. Ito na lang, my one and only point actually. Mga kasama ko sa DOTR, sa LTO, LTFRB, on the lawyers there. Alam nyo ba na even Congress cannot pass a law which will not be evenly or equally implemented nationwide or in all areas of the land? Meaning to say na we will leave the implementation of a law to the discretion of a certain agency or regional office. This is the case of, ano ba yun, Vera? Yata. Ganon. So, paki-research na lang yan, mga lawyers in government, that there is such a case that where the implementation of the probation law, I think, was left to the discretion of the provincial boards. Sabi ng Supreme Court, that is an unconstitutional, an invalid provision of law. Because of the equal protection of the laws clause, di ba? So if Congress cannot do that through law, can DOTR do that through a program, through a department or order or regulation na iba-iba ang implementation nationwide because you are not ready? So hindi nga namin pwedeng gawin yan sa batas eh. Tapos yun sa program pa sa Metro Manila, ito ang bayad kasi merong motor vehicle inspection system in place. Sa ibang lugar, ito ang bayad kasi wala pa in place. Oh, so all the more. So Madam Chair, unless there is a contrary opinion from a lawyer in government, I think this is one good reason to call for the immediate suspension of the program and i-review nila. And then, kung merong legal basis, let's say defensible na may legal basis, when you implement it, pantay-pantay. You implement the program pag ready na nationwide. Ganon. Sana ganon. Oh. So, that's my point, Madam Chairperson, kasi from the point of view of the Constitution na itong pagtingin ko, hindi nga actually hindi na ako nakatingin sa cost or sa programa. At saka hindi kasi nakita ko rin yung slide nila kanina. They were comparing the cost in the Philippines and the cost in other countries. But that is not justifiable na mas mura rito. Pero iba naman siguro services dito, iba services doon. I mean, wag po tayong ganon. Wag tayong ganon. We justify a program because it is a good program. We justify a program because we are ready to implement the program. We justify the program because it is needed by the people or needed by the environment or needed by society. It's reasonably priced, mga ganon. Okay, so wag po tayo doon na sasabihin natin dahil mas mura lang. So I'm raising this constitutional issue, Madam Chair, so as another reason or ground for us to call for its immediate suspension. Yun lang po. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Coco, I think as our bar top-notcher, and then we also have Yusek Yerba, the top-notcher naman from the DOTR. Baka you have your opinion on that. And then let's have Senator Drilon, our legal luminary of all time, comment on that. So, Yusek Yerba, your reaction to what Senator Coco, meron ba kayong legal basis talaga?
Madam Chair, if I may, when we came up with this program, we to the best of our ability, we studied the legal angles, we searched for legal basis, and then when we felt that we have found the legal basis, then we pushed through with the program. So we understand, Madam Chair, that there are issues now and questions on the legality, and we may not be in the best position to adjudicate whether there is legal basis or not. Of course, we defer to Senators Coco and Senators Drilon. And we also know that if we are wrong in our program, then and if there is indeed no legal basis, we implore our judiciary to dictate and everything. But again, we will also reconsider and study again.
Pero attorney, pero you admit
Yes, Madam
there's
Chair.
no equality in the implementation because there's some areas that have it, there's some that don't.
Well, to be candid about it, Madam Chair, I think it's not a question of legality at this point because our implementers here, they may be in the best position to answer if there is indeed equality or not as to the policy behind why there was a variance in the program, Madam Chair. So if I may pass it.
You're giving me lawyer speak, pinapaikot mo ako dito. Attorney,
Factual,
alam ko magaling
Madam Chair,
ka,
Madam
pero
Chair.
hindi mo nasasagot ito ng direkta. Senator Drilon has his hand raised, and then Senator Pimentel again.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you. I am glad that my colleague Senator Coco pointed out the other angle on the possible legal issues that can be raised. I raised the issue of the ability to delegate to a private sector a regulatory function. Senator Coco raised the issue of equal protection. I think at least prima facie, at least on a preliminary basis, Yusek Yerba will agree that there is reason to review both from the policy and legal standpoint. I don't think it will harm the public or the government if we can suspend in the meantime this regulation based not on any law, but on a memorandum circular of the DOTR and review it and see whether there is any basis for the arguments raised in the last 3 hours. And if so, then either amend it or repeal it so that these objections can be met. But of course, they are at liberty to do what they want. But I hope they listen to reason and take action which is consistent with the public interest. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Coco is recognized.
Okay. Ito po mga factual question lang to drive home our point. Noong January 2021, meron pong nagparehistro na ng mga sasakyan, di ba? And that is all over the country. So, meron bang lugar sa bansa noong January 2021 na kailangan niya ng certificate from the MVIS, the system, before ma-register niya yung sasakyan? At meron bang lugar din sa bansa na hindi niya kinailangan yung MVIS certificate bago niya narehistro yung kanyang sasakyan? Ano pong sagot doon?
Madam Chair, if I may, Asek Galvante po.
Yes, Asset. Go ahead, sir.
Yung pong sa nag-ooperate na ng MBIC, sila po ang nag-i-issue ng certification kung pasado po. At ito yung honor po ng LTO para i-renew yung registration nila. Pero doon po sa wala pang MBIC, patuloy pong rini-recognize yung certification na ni-issue ng PETC at saka inspection ng LTO kung yung kanilang sasakyan ay nagko-comply po sa pamantayan.
Okay, so thank you for that very frank and factual answer by Asek Galvante. So yun na po yun. So there are places in the country na functioning ng MVIS, that means MVIC, yung center ang bibigay ng certification bago ma-register ang sasakyan. Samantalang sa ibang lugar ng bansa, walang functioning na MVIS, hindi kinailangan, sa old system sila. So makikita po natin na the program launched by the DOTR nationwide, which covers persons similarly situated, is not being applied equally to persons similarly situated because they are not ready. Hindi sila ready. So wag na muna. So sino may kasalanan nun? So I think they should really seriously consider reviewing the program because dapat ready when you launch a nationwide program, be ready that the burden in one place should be the same burden in another place because that is what the Constitution mandates when people are similarly situated. These are private vehicle owners, pareho. Yung iba, mas maliit ang binabayad kaysa sa iba because the program is not ready. So yun lang po yun. So I think we have established the facts, Madam Chairperson, as through the answer of Asek Galvante. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coco. While we're here, I think I'd like to hear also from our public vehicle groups with regards to what their views are. Siguro si Danny Yumol, 1 minute. Si Mr. Yage, 1 minute. Si Naktodak, Ariel Lim, 1 minute. Bago tayo mag-adjourn, Mr. Lim, kayo muna. Ano bang maiisip mo dito tungkol sa mga PMVIS?
Yes, ma'am. Sa amin lang po nakikiusap kami kasi kung ito nga hong PETC, ma'am, hindi nga ho kami nakakapagpa-rehistro dahil wala pong mga PETC sa iba't ibang lugar. Especially po yung nabanggit ni Governor kanina, sa Palawan lang po, ma'am, from Coron, pupunta ka pa ma'am ng Puerto Princesa para makapagpa-emission. Tapos ngayon, tatanggalin pa nila, babawasan nila, lalo hong mawawalang magpaparehistro. So ang gagawin na naman ng LTO, pupunta sila doon, dadali nila yung machine na emission. Pagdating po doon sa lugar na meron kaming mga tricycle na hindi nakapagparehistro, penalty na po kami. Kaya ho, nananawagan kami na pag-aralan mo ng maigi kasi ngayon pa lang, ma'am, napakalaki na ng problema, dinagdagan pa nila rito. At saka nananawagan, nakita naman ng tao, ng gobyerno, ng LTO, ng DOTR, ang panawagan ng taong bayan. So, sana naman po pakinggan nila. Yun lang, ma'am, pag-aralan pong maigi, patigil muna ito para po maiayos natin. Wala po kaming tutol sa plano nila na to dahil maganda po ito pero dapat pag-usapan lang po. Yun
So,
lang,
Mr. Lim, ang sinasabi ninyo, kahit nga yung PETC, wala pa eh. Magdadagdag
wala
pa ng
pa po.
isa pa. Okay.
Opo. Hindi po,
Mr.
ma'am.
Danny,
Ang masama pa, ma'am. Sorry po, ma'am. Pahabo lang po. May mga sinara pa po sila. Yun ang dahil lalagyan nga ng PMBIC dun sa mga lugar, isinara pa nila yung ibang emission. Ngayon ho, nagdodoble pa. Ngayon, kung sinasabi nila, ma'am, naka-online yan, pwede ba, ma'am, Madam Chair, itanong lang, sino yung mga accredited dahil wala pa pong ina-accredit na mga IT provider dyan. Yun lang po.
Madam Chair, may I?
Teka muna, anong issue yan? IT providers?
Yes, ma'am, IT provider. Kasi po, bago PMBIC ka, kinakailangan po may mga IT provider na accredited po ng DOTR. Ang tanong ko po, yung mga binuksan na ngayon, sino po ba ang nag-accredit doon? Accredited na po ba yon? May dapat po meron yon. Sa ngayon po kasi, dumadaan pa rin sa PETC, kaya minsan nagdodoble dahil hindi po maipasok ng LTMS sa kanilang server kasi po ma'am, hindi nga po accredited. Yun po yun.
Okay, Mr. Yumol.
Opo, Madam Chair, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon at kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng mga babatas na binigyan po ng madaling aksyon ng problema namin. Lalo na po kami dito sa Central Luzon, on behalf po ng Private Motor Vehicle Owners Coalition Incorporated. Dito po sa Central Luzon, napakalaki ng problema namin. Since October 16, 2020, kami po ang nauna. Sa bilang po na 1,349,319,000 na private vehicle dito lang sa Region 3 at iisang PMBIC dito sa Angeles City, talagang namumroblema po kami. Actually po kami rin ang nag-ingay, nag-noise barrage at nag-motorcade noong January 25. At kami rin ang kumatok sa iba-ibang ahensya, sa iba-ibang LGU, mga legislator na kung saan nangingi po kami ng suspension nito. Hindi po kami against sa roadworthy, lalo na po kami mga private motorista. Mag-validate ka ng 10 household, 9 na household po, kahit kauluan lang ng motor meron. Ngayon, dadami po ang hindi makakapag-registro, dadami rin ang mawawala ng hanap buhay kasi simpleng motorsiklo po pinag-ahanap buhay namin. Ngayon, dahil dito sa programa na to, mawawalan kami ng hanap buhay. Hindi nila kinonsider na nasa panahon pa tayo ng pandemya. At ngayon po naliwanagan kami, maraming mga champion tayong mambabatas katulad nyo na binigyan kami ng panahon. Doon may mga gobernador kami, mga vice mayor at mga konsyal na tumutugon, lalo na po ang social media. Napapanahon po to na sana suspendin muna at pag-aralan. At ito ay nalaman din namin, nagkaroon kami ng liwanagan ngayon sa hearing na to, na ito ay programa, hindi po batas. At malinaw na malinaw po, dito sa MC nila na 2018 to 158, kung mga may reklamo, dapat mayroong adjudication board o mayroong monitor nito. Bakit hindi kami pumasa? Tahunan po, nagre-raise kami ng budget dyan. Pero yung pagtaas at saka pag-repair ng aming mga diferensya, kasi may 5 days ka, pag bumagsak ka, meron ka pong 5 araw para kumpunin mo yung kinabagsak mo. Pag hindi mo nakumpunin within 5 days yun, magbabayad ka ng full 1.8. Kasi pag nakumpunin mo, may 50% ka, ibig sabihin 900 lang from 1.8. What if po kung wala kang budget? Di kung susumahin po ang pinag-aralan din namin, sa loob ng isang araw, 30 minutes per vehicle, 64 vehicle lang ang pwede nilang inspeksyonin. Paano po yung ba? Mas dadami po yung hindi makakapag-rehistro. Losses sa panig ng gobyerno rin. At pag nahuli ka, 12,000 po yung penalty sa LTO niyan. So, para bang yung batas po na to, na kung saan hindi nga nakonsulta ng maayos yung publiko, kasi nung nakarang taon po, February 5, isa po ako sa resource person na in-invite ng COTR. Ang usapan namin, i-inspeksyonin yan. Pakikita sa publiko, ano ba ang integrity ng inspection na yan? Magbabayad ka ng 1.8, katulad po nung nasabi natin kanina, yung mga machine na yan, sinong nag-accredit yan? O pag bumagsak ka, nagbayad ka ng 1.8, bakit ka bumagsak? Kung mga technician nga po, mayroon akong kasama. May member kami. Dahil hindi ko magdadrive ng unit mo pupunta sa inspection. Hindi man marunong magmaneho pag start niya, nakakambyo pa yung shifting lever. Yung po ba, mga technical po ba yan? Sino po may nag-train sa mga yan? So, ang dami pong question. Sana, ito pong mga membro natin, nasa 12 million all over the country na may mga private motor, mga pribado nga pong motorcycle, nasa 7 million may higit. Itong mga 4 wheels light vehicle, nasa 4 na milyon.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Mr. Yumol, pasensya na po kasi magto-2:30 na. But I think you made your point. Lahat naman po ng sinabi ninyo, yun po ay na pagkasunduan natin. Maraming salamat po. Siguro si Mr. Jobert Bolanos, bigyan naman natin ng pagkakataon yung mga Motorcycle Association. Ano pong masasabi ninyo dito sa ating mga diskusyon ngayon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you sa ating panel. We have found some discrepancies on the IRR. Quick and simple lang po ang aking presentation. On Section 3.8 of the IRR, the sentence there states that there are allowable modifications on vehicles. And then the following sentence states that on PMVIS, only OEM or stock parts are allowed. These two sentences contradict each other na po, no? Now, on the next evidence that we have, Section 6.5, for motorcycles, very specific, it says all motorcycles, sorry, I'm sharing my screen so you can see. All motorcycles shall be inspected in accordance with MCAHS 2008-01 regarding the revised rules and regulations for the use of motorcycles on highways. If we go back to that particular memorandum coming from the LTO, the current situation of this one is the inspection for modifications on motorcycle is currently suspended pending the clarification on every part that is going to be deemed as not roadworthy or illegal. Ito po supposedly, in fairness to LTO, dapat po ito sususugin noong April of 2020 dahil kaso nagka-pandemic kaya hindi ho na ituloy. But in any case, wala pa ho tayo specific kung ano yung detalye, kung ano yung pinapayagan, ano yung hindi pinapayagan. Because as far as the IRR is concerned, meron ho tayong mga specific na tinetest. So, ang nagiging confusion ho sa mga centers natin, ang pagkakaintindi ng centers kung hindi stock, hindi papayagan. If we follow that same logic, dapat lahat po ng hindi stock na mag-wheel sa mga kotse ay hindi pinapayagan. So, again, there's a question of equality on that aspect. Now, as far as evidences we have collected is concerned, we have seen, especially in the part of Calapan, may mga tinetest po na motor na kahit na stock part ang ginagamit, bumabaksak po sa machine nila. This is in particular to the light testing of this particular scooter na 5 beses po siyang tinest, 5 beses din po siyang nagbayad. So, hindi po in all centers na nagsasabi na hindi po nila sinisingil yung retesting, in some centers, they charge for the retesting and here is the proof. Receipt from the Vehicle Inspection Center. And here are the test results as shown. Yung iba, hindi papasa and then after bringing it to a small shop to replace it, to replace certain parts, papasa naman siya. But however, in some parts, hindi ho nangyayari yan. Fail lang sila ng fail. Regardless if they follow the rule of dapat stock lang ho ang gamitin. Stock na ho nga yung kinabit, nagbumabaksak pa rin. And here's another proof in Dagupan wherein one person failed 5 times because of discrepancy in the testing wherein his light always fails even if he is using stock parts only. And in fact, the reports presented by the people all over social media, and they are willing to testify, they show that in the testing centers, bukod sa hindi ho inaalaw ang non-stock, non-OEM, and if they replace it with stock and non-OEM, hindi naman daw ho sila papasa. In fact, yung mga aftermarket parts nga ho ang pumapasa. So there is a confusion between what is allowed, what is not allowed. And this is the reason why we were supposed to make clarifications on the laws concerning aftermarket parts, OEM parts, what is allowed, what is not allowed. Kaso hindi nga ho natuloy because of the pandemic. So our final manifestation here is the IRR is conflicting in some aspects. And the cause is the misinterpretation of operators to current laws. Ang effect nito, negative impact on road users. So our main suggestion here is to identify the parts of the IRR and existing laws that need to be updated and listed so it will be clear to operators and the department who is in charge what rules to apply and implement. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Mr. Bolanos, for coming here prepared with your presentation that's short, but then you were able to point out the defects in this IRR. Lastly, Mr. Yage.
Ringi kami ng kopya nung presentation.
Oo, please, please furnish the senator the committee a copy, and the committee will give the Senator Pimentel. Lastly, maybe we can have Mr. Yage. Mr. Yage. Okay, wag na. Mr. Teddy Garbacio, Truckers Inland Haulers, your comments? Wala na rin. Okay. I would like to ask Asek Galvante, or no, maybe the DOTR legal head, Mr. Yerba, can you please tell us if it is within your purview, actually the LTO, not the LTO, but the DOTR, to suspend this if it really would like to suspend it, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the program was initiated by DOTR, Madam Chair, and jointly with LTO, they may also be in the position to reconsider. Pero at this point, Madam Chair, we will fully consider the discussions today, and we will discuss with our principal and our bosses in DOTR, and then advise
okay. So, Mr. Yabra, we will hopefully be able to submit to you a very detailed committee report on the findings from our hearing today, and hopefully that you will heed that. Otherwise, this may be questioned also through the courts. Senator Drilon raised his hand, also Senator Bong Revilla.
Yes.
Senator Drilon first.
Yes, Madam Chair. Undersecretary Yerba was here for the last 4 hours and a half. He has heard all the arguments. If he finds some reasonable basis for the arguments for the suspension of this requirement, may we suggest that this matter be taken up with his bosses, and if he can give us a timeline without waiting for the committee report. He has heard everything here. Is it an imposition if we ask for a timeline that they can make a decision on this point, Madam Chair?
I think that's a very good suggestion, Senator Drilon. I think, yeah, you sa Quiabra, if you can coordinate with Asek Lopez and also your big boss in the DOTR, Secretary Tugade, maybe you can come up with your response to this in the soonest possible time. So what's the timeline?
Yes, Madam Chair. May we revert with the timeline, Madam Chair? We have to discuss first internally, and then if perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we can revert with the proposed timeline.
Okay, thank you. Senator Drilon, may you yield the floor now to Senator Revilla, or you have a follow-up? Okay, Senator Revilla.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Just a short manifestation and also to spread into the records my support to the call to suspend temporarily the implementation of PMVICs until and unless all the concerns of motorists have been addressed and that proper consultations with all stakeholders have been undertaken. Huwag din po natin kalimutan ng mga operators o yung mga nabigyan na ng authority to operate, PMVICs, na nag-comply naman sa mga inilabas na regulations ng LTO at DOTR because nag-invest din sila at naglabas ng pera. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Revilla. Alam ni Senator Revilla yan yung mga talagang sanay sa mga naghihirap na ating mga drivers din, talagang dagdag pasanin nito sa kanila. Siguro before we wrap up, I'd like to make certain reminders of the submissions that were requested from the different agencies, copies of the public consultation, as I mentioned, LTO and also DOTR. Sec Lopez, Asec Lopez, please submit to us a copy of your consultations with the public, how you were able to come up with a decision of granting those centers to certain individuals. I need a copy of sino ang mga may-ari ng center na yan. Hindi lang ang korporasyon, pati ang mga incorporators ng kumpanya na yan. And I would like it as soon as possible if you can submit it by this afternoon. Because dapat meron kayong kopya niyan kaagad. Hindi pwedeng nasa baul yan. Kaka-approve lang ninyo yan. And then I would also like to ask the following. This would be our recommendation. In light of the foregoing issues, it is recommended that the implementation of Department Order 2019-02 or the revised order privatizing the MVIS through authorization be suspended pending the fulfillment of the following. Conduct a thorough consultation with stakeholders. Operationalization of adequate number of PMVICs. Dahil ngayon, 23 pa lang. Review of the guidelines and parameters to ensure that the PMVIS to be implemented in the country follows a reasonable set of standards that is more apt for developing countries. The transparency in the selection process of the PMVIC, the transparency in the accreditation process of value-added service providers and the machines, facility, and equipment providers of the PMVICs. These are the things that we will look into, and I feel that pending the submission of these, I think it is quite reasonable that you suspend this in the meantime. With that, I would like to thank our resource persons for your presence here today. I know this is a heated discussion. A lot are very frustrated. I know you're just doing your jobs. Hindi po ito personal. Pero syempre, pag pinagtatakpan ninyong isang ahensya, nahihirapan din kayong sumagot ng maayos. Diba? Kahit na gaano kayo kakatalino, kung wala naman sa inyo talagang tamang rason, ang hirap idepensa nun. Basta gawin na lang natin sanang gabay na ang dapat na ginagawa natin bilang miyembro ng gobyerno ay para sa kabutihan ng nakararami. Pag hindi yun ang nagiging gabay natin, talagang kahit na gaano kayo kagaling, hindi ninyo maididepensahan ng isang bagay. So yun lamang po. Thank you to our resource again and to the senators present here, especially Senator Dulon, Senator Pimentel, Senator Recto, Villanueva, Binay, everyone who added clarity to our hearing today. Maraming salamat po. Oh, this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you po, Madam Chair.